You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Friday, October 27th, 2023. Today we're going to be playing almost the latest Deadbolt Mystery Society box, The House of Asher, clearly based off of the Edgar Allan Poe short story, I believe, Fall of the House of Usher. We'll talk about this in a second, but a little bit of bookkeeping first. Yesterday, was it? Or 2 days ago, we played the final official case in the book of Mythos Tales and had a great time, surprisingly good time. You can watch that. It's about 5 hours, and as with the rest of the cases in Mythos Tales, I've been posting little mini paragraph-long spoiler-free reviews. We do still have 2 more cases in that box that we can play, a prologue that was delivered to Kickstarter backers and a fan-made case. So we'll be doing those eventually. And we're planning to play a Bureau of Investigation fan-made case soon. I was thinking about even playing it tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I need a little break. We've been trying to cram in as many hours as we can into October playthroughs to sort of celebrate Halloween. It looks like we're almost at the 55-hour mark for October of playthroughs. I'm going to see if we can't get to 60 before the end of the month. On Halloween night, we will play a game called The Witchery Spell, a sort of deluxe escape room box that I think we should be able to finish in one evening, and that's going to be our last celebration of Halloween. We were planning on playing Root of All Evil, but that one looks like it's going to take us a couple sessions. That may have to wait until next Halloween. The other special thing that's going to happen is on Sunday. Sunday afternoon at 3 p.m. Central, you'll remember, is when we normally do our play-by-mail sessions. Last week, we wrapped up the 4th letter of a case from Dear Holmes, and I suggested to the channel an idea. And the idea was that someone in the audience could write us make a custom play-by-mail case for us, write the first letter, and then watch us play it, and then react to our theories, our reactions to reading the letter, to improvise and modify the subsequent letters, maybe avoiding the theories we come up with, and it would be a way to make the case especially interesting, etc. And I did not expect to get a positive reply so quickly, but I did. Matt C., who's actually in the channel today has begun writing us a case. And in fact, the first letter is done, and we will play it on Sunday. So it's actually going to be quite exciting, a little experimental. We're going to read the first letter, we'll talk about it, and we'll decide what requests we want to make of Holmes to investigate before we get our next letter. And I think what we'll spend some time on Sunday doing is talking about sort of ground rules. What kind of ground rules should we have? What system should we try to think about for this kind of improvised play-by-mail game? So I hope you will join me on Sunday for that. It should be an interesting stream. All right, what else do we need to talk about? So I think after October, I'll be taking a little bit of a break. Not as hectic busy live streaming schedule for November, but I'll try to catch up on some reviews. That it's been a month since I've done a review on this channel. Okay, anything else we need to talk about? Nicola or Antina was telling me on the channel about this new, very difficult team-based puzzle challenge that's starting on November 10th called Galactic Puzzle, something like that. It looks like it's supposed to be especially hard, maybe a little frustrating, but if you want to jump in the Discord for Co-op for Two, you'll find a link on the YouTube About page. There's been some discussion there about the nature of it, and if someone wants to try to put together a team to work on it, probably not for me. But I'd be happy to cheer you guys on if you want to stop by the Discord and talk about it. And Jonathan Warner's got his book club Discord. He'll post a link to if he hasn't already. Let me just check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. Jonathan has posted his link. Greg is in the channel and is working on his board game YouTube channel, which we can expect to see soon. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this game here that we're going to play. This shirt is from another YouTube channel that I watch called Hoon's Coffee, and I cringe watch it like I do many YouTube channels, including Rob Oren, who's really just outdoing himself in terms of his shtick, but it's probably best to leave that there before I make too many enemies. Okay, so I want to talk about Deadbolt Mystery Society a little bit because we're sort of in an interesting territory here. We've played on the channel maybe 12 or 13 of the Deadbolt Mystery Society box, been real boosters of them. I tend to really like their focus on minimal props, heavy story, adult, sort of serial killers, and sort of a consistently good, sometimes great, occasionally just mediocre, but never really bad. But then recently we've played two other boxes that I've been impressed with, the Conundrum box and Escape the Crate. And some of those we've been playing and thinking, you know, the Deadbolt Mystery Society system is feeling a little old in the tooth. It uses encrypted PDFs. It's a real pain in the ass to get hints, although I don't think we've ever used a hint, but if you needed to get a hint, it really would be a pain in the ass. And then we've played a couple of Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes that were really just barely mediocre. Played a good one recently, actually, but we played a box out of subscription, and that's the last thing I want to talk about here. This is an out of subscription box. Now, what does that mean? Normally, you get your Deadbolt Mystery Society releases a box every month that ships to their subscribers, and then you can buy them occasionally, randomly on their website, and you can frequently find them for sale used on eBay. And then in addition to their once a month, which they've now done 4 dozen or so of these boxes, they somehow find the time to release additional boxes that are not part of the subscription, that if you want you have to order them separately. So more than 12 boxes a year. They've been doing it for many years now. And then they still have time to make these others. And they released a Halloween one very recently. And we played one that felt a little odd and was definitely not up to as good standards as some of the others. So one thing I don't really understand is what is the... Is there a different system that happens? Are they different authors when a box is not quite good enough for subscription? Does it go to the out of subscription category or vice versa? You might expect that the ones that are out of subscription would be special in some way, like unusually long, but it just feels like really 12 a year isn't, and one a month, you're having so much excess capacity of producing these good mysteries that you need to release more. Wouldn't you just like put it on the shelf? It seems like every other company is having a hard time producing the quantity of these boxes, but Deadbolt seems to be able to churn them out, and I'm wary of this idea. So when we play this one, I'm going to have keep my eye open for whether this feels different than the subscription boxes, worse or better. And I'm not inclined to keep buying these. I just thought I would buy one because of Halloween this year. We're trying to play a bunch. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. All right. I guess that's it. Is there anything else the chat wants to talk about before we open up this box? Let me see where Jonathan is on the crooked hinge. Let me see if I can use my new technology to scroll up here. I asked, how far are you? Guess I didn't get an answer from Jonathan about how far in they are. Okay. Let us get to this box here. All of the House of Asher. Okay, sticker and card. The rules, we're very familiar with these rules. They still haven't changed in many years. It just says read everything, use QR codes on your tablet. Use their website if you get stuck. All right, so we've got a summary, brief, and a big box of contents, including a solution. Okay, let's start with our beginning brief. Little raven there, nice art. The Asher family's legacy dates back more than 2 centuries. The family patriarch, Broderick Asher, built a vast fortune in the 1830s, commissioned the construction of Asher Hall, and was even reported to be friends with Edgar Allan Poe. The writer's influence on Broderick is seen throughout the mansion, as much of the house's design pays homage to some of Edgar Allan Poe's most famous stories. Now, nearly 200 years later, the house's owner, Carlton Asher, has summoned the entire family for a dinner party to celebrate the discovery of a lost Poe manuscript that was gifted to Broderick Asher by the author himself during the years of their friendship. You are a forensics specialist with the local police department that has been invited to confirm the manuscript's authenticity. Handwriting analysis is one of your specialties. Not only does this opportunity provide you with a chance to possibly see an unpublished story by one of your favorite authors of all time and the creator of the modern detective story, but it also allows you to pull back the curtain on one of the area's most enigmatic families and see what makes them tick. You won't be officially participating in the evening's festivities, but rather will be more of an observer. Fittingly enough, for an event celebrating the work of such a macabre writer, the weather outside is terrible. The wind is howling, thunder shakes the window panes, lightning blazes across the sky. It's exactly the kind of night that Poe himself would approve of. The storm won't bother you so much if the entire Asher estate wouldn't bother you so much if the entire Asher estate didn't feel like it was cut off from humanity, separated from civilization by miles and miles of forest. In the interest of theatrics, Carlton Asher has planned to unveil the manuscript at the stroke of midnight, yet no one has seen him all evening. Instead, when the clock chimes to mark the appointed hour, a black cat wanders into the middle of the dinner party, carrying a bloody note that has been tucked into its collar. You also can't help noticing that there appears to be blood on the cat's mouth, yet it appears unharmed. You've heard that the Asher family has a flair for the dramatic. You aren't sure if the appearance of a black cat is a nod to the Poe story, The Black Cat, or if the animal is simply a pet that normally roams the halls of Asher Hall. Okay, so the setup is they're having this special gathering because he's discovered a lost Edgar Allan Poe manuscript gifted to the original patriarch in the 1800s. But no one has seen him. A cat has walked out with bloody mouth and a bloody note. Technically, you aren't a law enforcement officer, but everyone looks to you for guidance on how to proceed. Talk to LaSalle, Virginia, and the other guests to get started. Okay. So let's just look through what we've got here. We've got a envelope marked 1 a.m. LaSalle, one of the people we're supposed to talk to. Those in attendance, little brochure. Looks like we've got a floor plan. A little thing here. Looks like a painting. But look how cool this is. The envelopes are times 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. That's pretty cool. I don't think we've seen that before. There's the cat. There's Virginia. Okay. That's how you know you got money. You can hire a maid that looks like that. All right, well, we'll be talking to her soon enough. And then we've got this thing here. Okay. So let's read our briefing suggestion again. Talk to LaSalle, Virginia, and the other guests. Okay, so that's what the game has suggested to us, that we start in this order. I frequently wonder why these games don't give us some guidance where to start, so it's always nice when it does. Okay, so let's talk to LaSalle first. Good day and welcome to Asher Hall. My name is LaSalle. I'm the butler here and I'm at your service. This cat here, which has appeared unexpectedly, is known throughout the house as Jupiter. He belongs to Master Asher and can typically be found near his favorite spot beside that dreadful bust that sits in the chamber. I was certain I had put the cat up for the evening, but it's possible that the Master Asher let him out. At this precise moment, I'm not even certain where Master Asher is, but I think it would behoove us to find out what Jupiter has been into and clean up this mess before Master Asher shows up. The Mask of the Red Death is Master Asher's favorite Poe story. He even incorporated that story into the evening's festivities. In the story, there are 7 rooms that are each represented by a different color. Master Asher instructed me to assign a colored mask to each partygoer, in the order they arrived. He insisted on being included in this list. He also planned a little game to unlock the wall safe behind one of his paintings that contained the Poe manuscript. However, I got sidetracked and didn't manage to keep up with everyone's comings and goings. We need to determine who receives which mask by figuring out the order that people arrived. That would help immensely when Master Asher does show up. I would hate to disappoint him. I laid the masks out in the correct order. The first to arrive is on the far left. If this business with Jupiter and the bloody note is something Master Asher has cooked up for the purpose of this party, then I think it would make sense that we do as the letter instructs. Perhaps Virginia would know more. Maybe speak with her and see what she has to say. Okay, so that was LaSalle. And there are the masks he's talking about. In order, we have to assign them. First guest that arrived here looks like a typical logic constraint puzzle. There's a cat mask. And we know Carlton Asher is going to get one of these. All right. So now let's talk to our girl, Virginia, here. All right. That doesn't look like she's doing much. That looks pretty clean. I'm not sure she's actually doing much work around here. Oh dear, I'm really not comfortable talking about Master Asher or any of his affairs, really. I don't know why LaSalle told you to ask me about anything. Master Asher trusts me to keep his secrets, and I'm very loyal. My mother, Amelia Clements, was his housekeeper before me. My father died when I was just a girl, and the Ashers took my mother and me in. We've always felt a certain closeness between the two families that instills a certain sort of loyalty. We're like one big family. Of course, my mother's mental health dwindled over time, and she eventually hung herself when I was just a teenager. To my surprise, they asked me to take over for my mother after she died. Well, the only things I feel comfortable telling you are that the first guest arrived a little after 9, and Jupiter is not allowed in certain parts of the house. The second floor is strictly off limits to him, and he hates water. Of course, there's also that locked room that nobody has access to except Master Asher, and he keeps the key on himself at all times, so Jupiter obviously doesn't go there either. Other than that, I've been doing my best to make sure Asher Hall is in tip-top condition and clean as a whistle. I dusted the dreadful creature that's displayed out with the plants in the conservatory, and I fluffed the bird's feathers in the nursery, wink wink. I made sure to polish the glass that protects that poem that Carlton is so proud of. Honestly, in a room full of books, he only cares about that. Even polished the pendulum. Tried to convince Master Asher that it should be moved and not right there as you walk through the front door, but he won't be persuaded otherwise. I really wish we could try to call Master Asher and find out where he is, but I'm afraid all of the phone service is out at the moment because of the storm. Or maybe he's installed one of those signal jammers to prohibit everyone from using their cell phones as a way of building tension for the evening. That's just the sort of detail he would think that this night needed. All right, so she's giving us some constraints to the arrival thing. First guest arrived after 9. What rooms Jupiter is allowed into. That's going to be somehow important for us. And then she tells us about a couple of rooms. So we're going to need to refer to that in a bit. Okay, and then we've got a booklet of others that are in attendance. This is pretty fancy, I gotta say, compared to some of the cards we've seen. I mean, this is some pretty nice looking stuff. So this is a modern party with cell phones and stuff, but everyone is dressed up. Okay, Madeline Dupin. A lot of different people here. This is gonna be a little... This is where you exhaust my 2 voices and you get a lot of repeats. Madeline Dupin. Lenore asked us to come here tonight for moral support. Girls have to stick together, I suppose. She hates all the pomp and formality that Carlton places on everything. She just enjoys being rich. I don't really even think she loves her husband. She just loves his money. Well, maybe I've said too much. Lenore is my friend, but she's a very shallow person. Carlton could do better. Lenore should be grateful she didn't grow up like I did, or she might appreciate all of this a little more. I know for a fact that this family has some major skeletons. There is a lot of jealousy. Carlton's two brothers think he stole the inheritance out from under them. If this Poe story is legit, then it wouldn't surprise me if there are some major lawsuits brewing over who should be the rightful owner. But again, I've probably said more than I should have. A few people already arrived before me, but there were a couple who arrived after. I don't know what time. All I know is when I came through the door, Jupiter was nuzzling up to the frame of the mock pendulum that Carlton had created because of his love for the pit and the pendulum. This house is filled with all sorts of recreations of things from Poe's stories. Honestly, it borders on the obsessive. I'm fairly certain there's even a mechanical beating heart hidden somewhere under one of the floorboards. Okay, that's Madeline Dupin. She says more than she should. That's a detective's favorite kind of guest at a party. She's got money, but she says she grew up hard, and she's saying bad things about Lenore. Okay, next up, Carlton Asher, the one that owns this place. A little bit of a playboy. I'm not sure I've seen one of these before, whatever it is. And he's the one that can't be found so far. Let's see. Unavailable to speak with, presumably too busy with making sure all of the evening's festivities are in order. Or is he going to turn up dead? Odds are pretty good. Perkins Satterwhite. Okay. I've heard a lot about this family over the years, and now I finally get to see its eccentricities up close and personal. And before you ask, no, I'm not one of them. I'm the head of Satterwhite and Sons Publishing. Carlton asked me to this little soiree under the auspices of selling me the print rights to this unreleased Poe story. If it's authentic, it would be worth a fortune to the publisher who acquired the rights. Of course, at the time I said yes to this invitation. I had no idea he was also inviting that little worm Horatio. I guess he thought having two publishers here would mean we would bid against each other and drive the price up. It's smart. I'll give him that. But it also makes me feel like I've been played. This is already shaping up to be an interesting night. That much is certain. And of course, no mysterious evening in a mansion is complete without a massive thunderstorm. In that regard, the weather is cooperating splendidly. I've never been here before in my life, but I can tell you when I arrived here just ahead of Carlton's older brother, I saw the cat near the bust of Pallas. Okay, so more information about people arriving order. We'll deal with those in a bit. Okay, here is Lenore Asher. I guess she's the wife of Carlton and the woman that Madeline is saying only cares about the money. Okay, here's Lenore. This is some good-looking party they're having. I haven't seen my husband since I got back from my spa appointment. This whole evening was all about him. I wanted nothing to do with it. This family has milked the whole Edgar Allan Poe connection for years, and honestly, I detest all of it. Did you know that Poe's only wife was actually also his first cousin? How detestable. Anyway, I haven't seen this manuscript that Carlton has been talking about for the last month. I told him I didn't care about it. I let him do whatever it is he does to make sure the family stays prosperous and I enjoy the fruits of his labor. As long as I'm free to have my spa days, take long vacations, and live in the lap of luxury, I don't care what Carlton does. All I can say is that, well, for his sake, my little Jupiter better not be hurt. He's my pride and joy. If Carlton's little stunt tonight has caused harm to my furry little baby, then you can be sure there'll be hell to pay. When I got here, Jupiter was trying to grab a morsel of food. He's such a pig in that way. He was just going back and forth across the hall from one room to the other in search of something to eat. Maybe that tells you a little bit, depending on when he's food or when he's fed, or if we later see him full, having eaten, we know this happened before he ate. So I guess the cat Jupiter is giving us some timeline information. Okay. Next up is Horatio Allen Black. This is going to be another one of the publishers trying to buy the rights. Perkins is livid I'm here, though he's trying hard to keep his composure. He thought he was the only publisher that Carlton invited for the festivities. Yet here I am representing Goldbug Publishing. We're a much smaller player in the industry, but what we lack in volume we make up for in style. We do handsome limited editions, numbered and lettered volumes that are very exclusive. Gold gilding, tipped-in end papers, slip cases, the works. We aren't for the masses, and our prices reflect that. Do you really think it's possible that a long-lost Poe manuscript has been collecting dust in the Asher family archives all this time? It stretches the imagination. I hope Carlton Asher has a backup generator. The way it's storming outside, I wouldn't be surprised if we lose power. This would make a perfect setting for a murder. Now, I wasn't the first, nor was I the last to arrive. August was here when I got here, though, I'm certain of that. And I did see Jupiter sniffing around Carlton's framed autographed copy of Annabel Lee. Okay, there's Horatio Allen Black. Looks a little out of place here. Prospero Asher, one of the brothers. You're here to authenticate this long-lost Poe manuscript, aren't you? That means you don't know much about my family. Well, as you might guess from my name, my parents were both free spirits who didn't think about the impact of naming their youngest child Prospero. Of course, Dad always bought into the stories about Poe being a friend of the family and how he and his great-granddad Broderick used to be the best of pals. Is any of that true? Well, like all stories that get passed down from generation to generation, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Did Broderick Asher and Edgar Allan Poe know each other? Well, certainly. Were they good enough friends that Poe would have gifted one of his short stories to old great-great-granddad? Great-great-great-granddad? Well, that I can't say with certainty. Now, I got here a little past 9, so I've been here a while, but I still haven't seen Carlton. Have you? I did see the cat, though, annoying little creature. He was inspecting that giant stuffed orangutan that Carlton recently purchased. It would be weird to see such a thing displayed here in this house if you had never read Murders in the Rue Morgue. Tons of references to Edgar Allan Poe here. All right, next up is Augustus Asher. August Asher. Okay. I, and not my younger brother Carlton, would have inherited Asher Hall if I had just known how to keep my mouth shut. But I've never been very good at that. Our father didn't take kindly to anyone who disagreed with him about anything. With that said, I think I should express my suspicions over this newly found Poe manuscript. Poe was known to be destitute for a good portion of his life, including the years when he was actively writing and publishing. You're telling me that he wrote a story that he could have sold, but instead gave it to great-great-great-grandfather Broderick? Something is rotten in Denmark. Or at least that's what my gut is telling me. I guess it's also safe to say that my younger brother and I aren't very close. Where is Carlton, anyway? It's in extreme poor taste for the host to be late. Technically, I guess he was here first, but where is he now? It's bad enough that his better half arrived last. I've seen this worrisome cat, though. I was the third person who doesn't live here to arrive. Or at least that's what Virginia told me. Not sure who else was here when I got here, but I saw the cat hissing at the raven right after I arrived. He hates that thing. Okay, so those are our guests, and we haven't talked to the cat yet, though. Okay, so here's Jupiter the cat. Let's see what Jupiter has to say for himself. What the heck? Oh, here's the note that's on Jupiter's neck. Whoa, look at the note that's on Jupiter's carrying in his mouth, in his bloody mouth. It says, "This family deserves to fall. Before the night is through, I will make sure that happens. All of the liars and cheats will pay. When the sun rises, you will have witnessed the fall of the House of Asher." I made a change to the game for tonight. In order to access the safe, here is the correct order of the names. Okay, and here are all the names of the guests in their order. Once you know their mask, color, and number, you should be able to gain access. Okay, so it's all about once we know the order that they arrive, then that order will tell us how to solve this puzzle. After you've opened this safe and see what lies within, you should find the information you seek. Then you will learn more about why I'm doing all of this. Before you start, in honor of the legacy of the one who made me, you may call me the Red Death. Once you've opened the safe, this, and then they've got a little stamp of a bleeding skeleton. Okay, that's pretty creepy. All right, so we've got two other things besides our locked envelope. We've got blueprint of the house. And we've got the safe, which seems like a different puzzle, right? Okay, so once we figure out how to open the safe behind the painting, then we'll deal with this. But that's not for now. All right, so the one puzzle we know is up for us to solve first, it looks like, is the order that the guests arrive. Before we get into that, let's take a look at the blueprints and see what we're working with here. Okay, so this is the Asher estate. We've got the family cemetery, botanical gardens, first floor, conservatory, library, parlor, hall, dining room, a locked room, pantry, nursery, bath, and chamber. Second floor, bedroom, 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 hallway, a morning room, a nursery, a second nursery on the second floor, bathroom, a sleeping porch. Then on the grounds, we have horse stables, and the servants' quarters are here down near the first floor. Okay, well, we don't know anything that needs this yet. I guess we would assume that everyone came in through the front door here, for what that's worth. All right, so it looks like our puzzle is basically to figure out who arrived when. And then the order is the password to the safe. Yes. Okay. So let's get out let's go through our information again and see if we can't solve this puzzle of the order. All right. So we're going to walk through these again, just looking for information about order. 7 rooms, each represented by a different color in part of the story. Assign a colored mask to each partygoer in the order they arrived, but also 7 rooms associated with the 7 colors. Just keep that in mind, although it looks like we have 2 that look purple. Okay, let's see. In order to determine who receives which, we need the order that they arrive. When he shows up, I would hate to disappoint him. He's laid them out in the order from 1 to 7. And we just have to figure out who arrived first. Okay, so servants aren't involved, but let's just make sure we don't have any other little information. Okay, so she tells us a little about Jupiter. Maybe we need a separate card with all the information about Jupiter. Okay, first guest a little after 9. Let's just write that down. First guest a little after 9 p.m. Okay. Second, and then Jupiter, she gives us information about Jupiter, is he's not allowed in certain parts of the house. Second floor, he's not allowed. So he's not going to be on the second floor, assuming he sticks to his rules. He hates water. And he's not in the, no one's allowed in the locked room except for Master Asher. And anyone who killed him and took his key, presumably. Okay, then she tells us a little bit about what she did. She dusted the dreadful creature in the nursery. She polished the glass. That doesn't seem immediately useful to us. Let's walk through the rest of these. Okay, Madeline Dupin. Let's see what she says. Girls have to stick together. She starts ragging on Lenore. She tells us about the brothers jealous about the money. Okay, few people had arrived before me. Okay, so few people arrived before Dupin and a couple after. You might think that would mean 2 or so. She doesn't know the time. But when she came in, when Dupin arrived, Jupiter nuzzling pendulum, which we know from Virginia that the pendulum is at the front door. So when she walked in, Jupiter was down at the front door. Okay. I think that's it there. Okay. Carlton Asher is not around. Next up, just bracket these. Okay. Next up is Perkin Satterwhite, the publisher. Let's see what he says. He got invited. He doesn't think anyone would be here. Okay. I've never been here before. When he arrived, just ahead of the older brother. So Perkins arrived right before the older brother. The older brother is August. I'm going to write that down here. August. Let me zoom out a little bit so we can see the notes as we do it. Okay, he says, I got here just ahead of the older brother, and the cat was near the bust of Pallas. Okay. Do we know yet? Have we seen yet where that is? What did Virginia say about polish the glass? I think that's it. We're going to learn about it later. Okay, that's Perkins. Okay, now here is Lenore. Let's see what Lenore says. She hasn't seen her husband. She doesn't care as long as he earns the money. She loves her cat. Jupiter was trying to grab food. So for Lenore, arrived from her spa. We know Jupiter was hungry. He was going back and forth across the hall from one room to the other. So he was in the hall. Food. Okay. Next up is Horatio. Tells us about his work. Okay. And then he says, I wasn't the first and also not the last. So Horatio is not first, not last. Okay. August was here when I got there. Okay. So August here before him. And then Jupiter sniffing around Annabelle Lee. The Annabelle Lee framed. Okay. And then we've got two more. Prospero is the younger brother who cast doubt on this. And then he says, okay, I got here a little past 9. So Prospero arrived a little past 9. I did see the cat inspecting the orangutan. Jupiter inspecting orangutan. Okay. And lastly, August, the older brother, says he should have inherited it, doubts the book was gifted, and then he says, okay, now he says an important thing. First he says the host, Carlton, technically he was here first. Okay. So he says Carlton was here first. So that's going to be our first person since we know Carlton is playing this game too. Okay. And his better half, his wife, Lenore, was last. Okay. And he was the third who doesn't live here to arrive. He was the third who doesn't live. So not the third to arrive, but the third who doesn't live here. And then that's what Virginia told me. All right, we have to trust her, I guess. I'm not sure who else was here, but I saw the cat at the Raven. Cat hissing at the Raven. Okay, so those are our guests and our workers. Okay. It feels like a couple of things here we're not going to be able to use yet, but let me just see what it says about the cat. The clock chimes. A black cat wanders in, bloody note, but he's unharmed. Okay. So let's start making our list here. So we're saying the first guess is Carlton Asher, right? That's number 1. 4, 5, 6, 7 people. Okay. August says Carlton was here first. Lenore was last. So we can put Lenore Asher down here. Let's just check in with what Lenore said. She said when she got there, the cat was hungry, searching the hallway for food. Not very useful. She was last. Okay, he says he was the third. August says he was the third who doesn't live here. So the earliest he could be would be 5. So we know August is either 5th or 6th, right? Because if he was here, there wouldn't be a time for 3 people that don't live there to be there. So we know August is in one of these slots. Okay, let's see. Dupin says a few people arrived before her. That would seem to be more than one. So if Carlton was already here and people arrived before her, a few, more than one, that would put Dupin here, possibly, or here, or here. Okay. And then a couple people after her. So she can't be here anymore because only one arrived after her. So that puts Dupin here or here. Okay. Horatio was not first and not last. So he wasn't here, he wasn't here. Well, we already know no one else was here because of Lenore, but Horatio could be anywhere else. That's not very useful to us. We're told August was here before him. Aha. Well, if August was here before him and August can only go in these 2 places, that must mean that Horatio is here because he has to come before August. Means August isn't there, which means August must be here, which means Dupin can't be here, so Dupin must be here. You let me know if I've jumped to a conclusion I shouldn't have. But it looks like we've got Dupin, Auguste, Horatio, and Lenore locked in. Who else is left? Perkin was here right before Auguste. Well, that's a problem. I must have done something wrong then. Because if Perkin arrived right before Auguste, that would put him here, but we have Dupin here. What jumped conclusion? There were a couple after Dupin. Could Dupin be here? Dupin arrived. Few people arrived before Dupin. Did I jump to the conclusion that Dupin had to be here because a couple people had to arrive? Maybe she includes Asher. So if Perkins arrived right before Auguste, that would put Perkins here, not Dupin. That would mean Dupin would have to go here. And when she says a couple people arrived before her, she had to have been counting Carlton. Unless I've mucked this up. But if that's true, then that gives us our last person, which is Lenore. Would have to be here. But that doesn't work. Because Auguste said, oh no, that works. Auguste says he was the third person here that doesn't live here. So Dupin, Perkins, and then Auguste. But Stacy says a couple arrived after her, so she should be 5th. And I have her all the way up here in 3rd. So it seems to like I might have done this wrong. This feels like it's consistent, except for the couple thing. But let's try it again. See if we get the same answer. Be a little more careful this time. Maybe go in a different order. Okay, so we start with the ones. Oh, wait a second. I put Lenore twice. This doesn't work. Who's the seventh person? Lenore's already accounted for last. Prospero. Prospero would have to be second. Arrived a little past 9. First guess was a little after 9. Okay, so this is my ordering. Carlton, Prospero, Dupin, Perkins, Auguste, Horatio, Lenore. But now we're going to try it again and see if there's an alternative. Okay, so Lenore is last. We know that. Because we're told Lenore was last. Okay. Prospero arrived a little past 9. That would seem to suggest him up here, but we can't help that. Horatio was not first and not last, so we know this is not Horatio. That's all we know about Horatio. Perkins arrived right before his older brother, Auguste. So we have to have Auguste and Perkins right before him. Auguste said Carlton was here first, and we know Carlton is playing this game, so this has to be Carlton here. Okay. Perkins arrived before Auguste. Okay. Dupin arrived. Don't know anything about. There were a few people before Dupin and a couple people after. So you know it can't be Dupin here. And it can't be Dupin here. Because she had to have at least 2 people before her and after her. Right? We know this can't be Perkins. Because Perkins comes before Auguste. Right before Auguste. So we know this can't be Auguste either because he has to give room for Perkins to come in. Auguste says he's the third who doesn't live here. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So this is not Auguste. But we could have Auguste here or here. So if these are the only 2 places for Auguste, or could Auguste be here? Is that the is that the thing that I did wrong? Could Auguste be 5th? Depending on the few reading, we could click out some other constraints. So why did I not want to put Auguste here? That may have been one way I went wrong. Auguste says he was the third. Oh yeah, that's a problem if he's the third person that doesn't live there, right? Because only 2 people live there. That doesn't work. Auguste can't be here. Because if Auguste was here and only 2 people live here, he would have been the 4th person who doesn't live here. So that can't be Auguste here. And it can't be, oh, it could be Auguste here. Here, here, or here. Okay. Okay. Can't be Auguste. Can't be Perkins. Can't be Dupin. Who do we have? I need a list so I don't forget. We've got, let me just make my list here. Carlton, Dupin, Perkins, Lenore, Horatio, Prospero, and August. Okay. All right, so we know where Lenore is. We know Carlton. That's our 1 and 7s. Okay, not August, not August. August could be in these two. Can't be here. Lenore is the wife. So that means August must be here, right? Because he's the third non-resident, and the only 2 residents are spoken for. So that means August must be here, which means Perkins must be here. 3 and 4. Okay. And now we only have Prospero, Horatio, and Dupin. Prospero, Horatio, and Dupin. Prospero, we don't know anything about him, although we think he arrived relatively early in the evening. That would probably put him here. But what about Horatio? Is not first, not last. August was here before him. So that means Horatio is either here or here. Okay. Could be here or here. Can't be Dupin. Can't be Perkins. Probably not Prospero based on the timeline. There were a couple before Dupin, a few before Dupin, and a few after. So this could be Dupin here. That's consistent. Probably this is Prospero because of the timeline. Dupin can't be here and can't be there. So Dupin must be here because Dupin can't be here and she can't be here. So Dupin is for sure there at 5. So when she said a couple after her, those were those 2, a few before. Okay. So then the only question we have is Prospero and Horatio. August was here before him. Doesn't really help us. Feels like the only reason we prefer Prospero here is because he arrived after a little after 9. So I think that gives us Prospero and Horatio. Let me see. Is that different than my first ordering? Yes. So I first had Dupin here and Perkins here. I guess the order is different. Okay, let's check with the chat. Looks like we overkilled that, but let's see if we're in agreement now. Carlton, Prospero. Melissa says Perkins is next, then August, Dupin, Horatio. But I have Carlton, Prospero, Dupin, Perkins, August, Horatio, Lenore. In my first list, I got what Melissa got, but now I've changed my mind to this list. So let's see. Interesting that we're having a little bit of a struggle here. Dupin says there were a couple after her and a few before her. So that is the part that troubles this. Because this would have a few after her and a couple before her, and only in the loosest sense of the word. Unfortunately, I don't remember how I got this list. This first list, which is matching Melissa Westfall's list. Why did we switch up Dupin and Perkins? Because we said she couldn't. This is list 2. Let's make sure we settle these. Okay. Well, this is a little sloppy. Normally we get these right away. Stacy says it's correct, Jesse. Well, that doesn't help because I don't know which one you're telling me is correct. We walked through this one second, but now I'm trying to decide. I mean, this sort of violates Dupin. So Stacy says the list I came up with first is correct, which matches Melissa's list. So the question is, when I did it the second time, why did I get this wrong? I said Dupin could come here or here. I'd like to know what I did wrong on the second list that made things worse. I think it might have been Auguste being the third to live there. I see, this is wrong because Auguste can't be here because that would make him the fourth non. I numbered these wrong. This was list 1. This was list 2. Boy, I'm making a mess of this. List 2 was what you had first, Jesse. Okay. But, okay, this has turned into a mess. And the channel is making... Okay, remember that... Okay, wait, this is a mess. This is a mess. So list 1, which I have marked as list 1 here, is the one that does not agree with Melissa. But the second list does agree with Melissa. And the second list is what everyone thinks is correct now. So we did fix it when we got to the second list. Is that what's happened? We all agree that this one here with Dupin as number 5 is right, even though Matt is trying to jump in and say fourth. Okay, so the second list we did is the correct one. You're sure this was the second list I did? Boy, this is a bit of a nightmare here. We can take a deep breath here, not worry about what list is first or second. We'll just walk through these constraints and see if they all make sense, even though this really feels like we're beating a dead horse. Carlton was first. We're just assuming straight off the bat. We know Prospero arrived slightly after 9 when the first guests arrived, so that's why we're going to put Prospero here, even though that's a soft constraint. We know August is the third non-resident to arrive. That's why we're putting him here. And Lenore came last. Once you say Lenore comes last, August gets locked into here. Once August gets locked in, Perkins gets locked in right before him. So these are all locked in. Dupin says a few people came before her and a couple people after her. So Dupin can't be here. So she must be here. And then Horatio says August was here before him. So that locks in Horatio. Okay, so this is our list right here. We don't need to test against the clues. We know that's the right answer. I just wanted to make sure we had the right basis for doing it. Okay, so August was 4, Prospero is 2, and Horatio is 6. All right, so that gives us this order. All right, don't look at the chat. I mean, you guys can look at the chat, but I can't look at the chat because it's scrambling me. All right, so the puzzle says, once we know, well, actually, this puzzle says, here's the order for the safe. Perkins, Horatio, Carlton, Prospero, Madeline, August. So Perkins, let's put this out so we can see it here. Perkins was person 3, so he got the green mask. Okay. Horatio was 6, so he got the violet mask, we're going to call that. Carlton was 1st, so he got the blue mask. Dupin was 5th, so he got the white mask. Horatio was 6th, we got that, that's the violet. Lenore was last, 7th, she got the red mask. Prospero was 2nd, he got the, I guess we're going to call that purple mask, 2nd. And August was 4th, he got the orange mask. Okay, and now this says the order. Here's the correct order of the names. Once you know their mask and color, you should be able to gain access to the safe. Okay, so what does the safe tell us? It just wants numbers. So I guess it wants the number for Perkins first. He's the 3rd person. Horatio is the 6th person. Carlton is the 1st person. Prospero is the 2nd person to arrive. Lenore is the 7th. Madeline Dupin is the 5th. And Auguste is the 4th. So I guess this is the safe key. So let's try to open this safe and then we'll take a break. If it doesn't work, I can't say I'll be surprised after all of our confusion, but let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, so we're back to Deadbolt system, which doesn't give us a clue about the length of the password, but we think it's 36127. I'll try this, and then if it's wrong, I'll look in the chat. The chat, I don't even know if these all entered. 3612754. And if this is wrong, I'll check in with the chat and see what have I done wrong. Okay, so that was it, thankfully. Inside the wall safe is a manuscript for an Edgar Allan Poe story called Murder by Gaslight. But there's also a note from the Red Death that says, there are certain parts of the house Jupiter avoids or is forbidden to visit. Forget those places. There are other rooms that Jupiter visited tonight. Don't worry about those either. Check the only room that's left. And now, if you know who was assigned the blue mask, you know who you will find there. Gulp. Here is where I begin seeking revenge for the lies that were spread. I deserved better. Use the name of the room and the first name of my first victim. Okay, so I'm going to remove the protection in case we want to come back on this. All right, so we know that the blue mask is Carlton, Asher, the person running this party, and he's going to be found dead. But we still have to figure out what room the cat hasn't been in. We'll do that when we come back. Sorry for the little hiccups on that logic constraint puzzle. Normally, those are the puzzles I enjoy the most. Maybe for some reason we stumbled through it a little bit. I'm not sure, but we did get it right in the end. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Hopefully it'll be smoother sailing from here on. 8 minutes. All right, we're back. A little bit of a rough first session, but we're making fine progress. Let's recall what this Red Death murderer wrote in his note, because there's some clues here. First of all, this person who's organized the murder, who's calling themselves the Red Death, obviously had to know or be able to change the password to the safe. That's suspicious. And then he also gives us a little bit of a clue. He or she gives us a little bit of clue of motive. Here's where I begin seeking revenge for the lies that were spread. I deserved better. I wonder if this isn't someone acting on behalf of Edgar Allan Poe, who's angry at the lies being told by this family, which makes me wonder if it's not Virginia, the maid, whose mother worked as a maid. Like, does she have some connection with Edgar Allan Poe? Interesting. Okay. So we've gotten into the safe, and we're told that after you've opened the safe and see what's inside, you'll learn more about why, which we just read. Once you've opened the safe, go here. And presumably that's going to be the puzzle that asks us to solve this question. And this puzzle is, there are certain parts of the house Jupiter avoids or is forbidden. Forget those. Other rooms he already visited, don't worry about those. Find the one room that's left. And then Blue Mask we know is Carlton. Okay, so let's look at our blueprint here. All right, so he's in the house. We know he doesn't go to the second floor. So that just gives us first floor. He doesn't like water, so he's not going to be going to the bath. And he's not allowed in the locked room, and the cat doesn't have the key, so he's not going to be going in there. Now we need more information. We know he's hanging out by the front door because he was nuzzling the pendulum. And then the other person told us that he was going in and out of all the rooms in the hallway. So I think that rules out all the rooms directly connected to the hallway. So I believe that gives us only the conservatory or the pantry. That's my reading of it. Now the question is, how do we rule out one of those? Here is Lenore telling us that he's in the hallway going back and forth across the hall from one room to the other in search of something to eat. So maybe that means he wasn't in the pantry because he could have gotten food there. And so it has to be conservatory. If I had to guess, that would be my guess. But we also know a couple rooms he was in regarding stuff that was there, like the orangutan, but I don't think we know what room that was in. Cat was near the bust of Pallas. Pallas, there's a special cat called a Pallas cat. And Perry says, hey, the hallway is connected to the pantry in a way. So might that have already been concluded? The conservatory has the dreadful creature. He could go there. Unless the dreadful creature is the orangutan, in which case it can't be that. Where does it say about the dreadful creature in the conservatory? It was Virginia that was talking about the I dusted the dreadful creature that displayed out with the plants in the conservatory. I fluffed the bird's feathers in the nursery. So bird's feather in the nursery. The dreadful creature in the conservatory. I worry that that's where the orangutan is. But maybe I shouldn't. Let me just read where we're told about the orangutan. The cat was near the bust of Pallas. The cat was sniffing around Carlton's framed autographed copy of Annabelle Lee. That doesn't help us. Inspecting the giant stuffed orangutan that Carlton recently purchased. That's the only part that's concerning me about the fact that we're told that the conservatory has the giant orangutan. That would seem to be what she might be saying she dusted. Oh wait, maybe not. If he just got it, then it wouldn't need dusting, right? I dusted the dreadful creature that's displayed out with the plants in the conservatory. Let's see what the chat says. The creature is the orangutan, which means it's not in the... The creature is the orangutan. The only other option would be the raven, which he hates. The nursery has the raven. Victoria was fluffing the feathers. So it would make sense that he didn't go in the room with the raven, which would be the nursery. Wouldn't it make sense that he's not in the conservatory because the orangutan is the scary creature, but the nursery is where the raven is, and the cat doesn't like the raven. So it makes sense that the cat wouldn't go into the raven's room. The only reason we were... Oh, it said forget the places he avoids or is forbidden. There are rooms that Jupiter visited tonight. Don't worry about those either. There are parts of the house Jupiter avoids or is forbidden to visit. Forget those places. Let me stop for a second and not deal with the chat for a minute. Let's just talk this out between myself and myself before the chat starts giving me the answer or confusing me. So we've got a couple of explicit statements about where the cat was. And then we've got some ambiguous ones. The ambiguous ones are that the cat went to the rooms in the hallway. And then the cat went to the creature. The first issue about the cat going in the hallway looking for food is ambiguous because it's not clear if that means it rules out these rooms or includes ruling out the nursery and the pantry. If it did include the nursery or the pantry, then that would be too easy. It would just give us conservatory. We know he doesn't go into the bath because he avoids. I think the part about the raven being a place he avoids is not included in this constraint, because we aren't told he avoids or is forbidden to visit the raven. We're just told he doesn't like it. So that feels like a soft constraint. And I feel like maybe this hall only covers these rooms directly connected to it. So I feel like at the top level, we are really just have as options the conservatory, the pantry, and the nursery. Those feel like the three rooms that are not ruled out by him going to adjacent rooms. Now, pantry, because if we consider this part of the hallway, then we only have the conservatory left. That seems pointless. Now, he was hungry, looking for food. I don't know if that rules out pantry. If we think that the creature he was hanging out with by the plant let's just make sure we understand that constraint. Let's just take a moment and not rush it. Prospero says that the creature was inspecting the giant stuffed orangutan that he recently purchased. Okay, so we know the cat was in the room with the giant orangutan. The thing is, we don't know what room that is. However, we know that Virginia says that she dusted the dreadful creature that's displayed out with the plants in the conservatory. So we know that there is some dreadful creature in here. But is it the orangutan? If it is the orangutan, then we know the cat has been in there. If it's not the orangutan, then the cat could be there. So, but that feels like a question that doesn't have a clear answer. In fact, I can give you reason why it's not the case, because it's supposed to be brand new, so it wouldn't need dusting. She also says she polished the glass that protects the poem. In a room full of books, he only cares about that. So that's here. So we know that the poem is here, but this is right off the hallway. So do we think that we've already ruled that out? And she fluffed the bird's feathers in the nursery. So if we're still considering the nursery, that would seem where the raven is, which would be a good reason for the cat to avoid it, as long as you think that that is not allowed in the rules because it's a part of the house that Jupiter avoids. We're told he avoids water, which gets rid of the bathroom, but it's ambiguous whether we're going to be told he avoids the raven. That's very iffy. So we've got a tricky situation on our hands here. I'm going to check in with the chat in a second. But we've got a tricky situation because we've got constraints expressed that are ambiguous. We're told he's going from room to room in the hallway. We assume that means just the rooms straight off the hall. And it wouldn't rule out nursery or pantry, even though these are connected to this. So that would leave conservatory, pantry, or nursery open for us. We're told he was hanging out with the scary creature. If that means the orangutan, that would get rid of conservatory. We're told that he doesn't like the bird, and we know the raven is in the nursery. Does that mean he wouldn't go in here and it's disqualified because we're supposed to exclude places that the cat doesn't like to go? That would leave only pantry, if both of those things were true, that the orangutan is here. Are we supposed to exclude pantry because he's hungry? Probably not. So then you would think, okay, if it's true that we exclude raven and it's true that the orangutan is the creature, that would leave us only with the pantry. And that would have to be our guess. If we can't guarantee the orangutan is the creature in the conservatory, then it could be here or here. And then we'd have to ask that he didn't come here because he was hungry. But maybe that's our worst. Maybe that is leaping too big of an assumption. The fact that the pantry, if he went to the pantry, he wouldn't be hungry. So maybe if you have to pick one of those soft constraints, it would be that he didn't go to the pantry because he was hungry. Where is the person saying about the raven? Because I'd like to see that to see if it breaks the rule about the places he avoids. Who told us that he doesn't like the raven? The cat hissing at the raven right after I arrived. He hates that thing. Okay, so he was in the raven's room because he was hissing at it. If we assume that the feathers she's dusting are the raven's feathers. So there goes the nursery. And if the orangutan is in the conservatory, there goes the conservatory, then you have to guess that it's the pantry. Or this is not right. So we're told early that only the master has the key, which would lead you to rule out this room. But were we told he's forbidden to go in there, or were we just told that because of that he would never be allowed in there? Favorite spot near the bust that sits in the chamber, which would be here is his favorite spot. All right, I'm going to check with the chat in a second, see if people can convince me that this is a reasonable puzzle because I'm skipping some stuff. I'm trying to find the other statements about the cat. He was going back and forth across the hall from one room to the other in search of something to eat. Okay, that seems to clear out that. Cat was near the bus. All right, let me check with the chat. Okay, and Tina says something completely out of nowhere, which I can't. If you make a comment in the chat that refers to something I've said, you have to repeat it. Because if you just have a statement like that is not correct, and I look at it 10 minutes later, I have no idea what you're referring to. DJ Moneycut says, there are only two creatures, the raven and the ape. The raven is in the nursery, the ape is in the conservatory. The hall clue only eliminates the hall. Well, that's a big deal. Stacy says, pantry has food, not the pantry. Okay. Logan says, ignore the locked room, according to the Red Death note. Melissa says, I agree with Stacy. He would go to the pantry looking for food, so that's out. Moneycut says, would the same logic apply to the dining room because there's food there? No. Perry says, if the arrow hall, not hall, it would be named. Okay, doesn't make sense. Stacy says, only one room has not been mentioned or insinuated. Okay, it seems to me a very clear, important part to this is whether Stacy, let's see, who said the part? Okay, is whether Moneycut is right. Moneycut says the hall clue only eliminates the hall. I mean, that is absolutely key. If the description of the cat moving around in the hallway Okay, let me just read it to you. This is the thing that I used to eliminate some rooms. Jupiter is trying to grab a morsel of food. He was such a pig. He was just going back and forth across the hall from one room to the other in search of something to eat. So I took that to mean that he's going to the rooms in the hallway and they rule out all those rooms. But if we don't jump to that conclusion and we say it only eliminates the hall, then all three of these rooms become all four of these rooms become available again. Or do we read back and forth eliminating these two rooms? I'm really not happy with the ambiguity in these statements here. Let's see what... And then the channel is jumping to some conclusions that might be right, but I don't love them. So you're saying, hey, it's not the conservatory because that's where the orangutan is, and he was with the creature. So you're assuming straight out that you know that the orangutan is the... We know the orangutan is here, but you're outright concluding that when the cat was rubbing against a creature, we know that's the orangutan. I don't think that's a valid assumption to make, but we could assume it's that. And if he's hungry, we're assuming that crosses off the pantry. That seems like another assumption that's wildly unjustified. Maybe they've got stuff locked up in the pantry and he can't access it. I really don't like how ambiguous this is. All right, but we can rule out the bath because he doesn't like water. He won't go in there, we're told. And we can certainly rule out the hallway at the front entrance because we know he was seen there. Okay, and we're going to rule out the locked room because we're believe that the rule is that he's not allowed to go there, although I would have loved to get that conclusion. And we know he's not in the chamber where his favorite place is and where the bust is. All right, I'd like to see the part about the locked room. Doesn't feel like we could go in the locked room even if we wanted to, but he was just going back and forth across the hall from one room to the other in search of food. If he was going from one room to the other, doesn't that rule out either all of these rooms or at least two? Why is she saying it like that? Okay, Jupiter sniffing around Carlton's framed autographed copy of Annabelle Lee. And then we know about where the Annabelle Lee, right? We know the Annabelle Lee is in the library. Okay, so we know he was in the library. And then she also says, that's the room full of books. Okay. And the bird's feather in the nursery. We're going to rule that out because we know that he did hiss at the bird. So he had to have been in there to hiss at it. How do we rule out these three then? We could rule out the dining room and the parlor if we're agreeing with my thing about him walking into the rooms. But if we don't rule them out that way, then how do we go between either of these? Do we get a clue about something being in the parlor? let's see. We have clues about the library, the bath, and the chamber. Okay, I've gotten rid of those. I still think the parlor. I don't remember anything said about that room. Well, that's a problem. That theory of the parlor is a problem because I don't remember any way to choose between these two. Do we have a description of him being in the dining room? I really don't think we can get rid of these two just based on the fact that he hasn't eaten. That doesn't make sense. So I can get rid of these two rooms by saying that he was walking in the rooms off the hallway. That leaves us with the pantry. Or I can get rid of the pantry because he's eaten. But how do we get rid of one of these two rooms other than by my way of getting rid of both of them? Melissa says the pantry and the dining room would have food that Jupiter would look for. I think that's too big a stretch. I really don't see how we're going to claim that the cat could have gotten food in the dining room, thus was not there. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't buy it. But maybe there's something else about the cat. What about this? Here, look. How about this? Does this rule out the dining room? A black cat wanders into the middle of the dinner party carrying a bloody note. Is this what we can use to get rid of the dining room? Nicola has an interesting point too. To get to the conservatory, Nicola's so good. To get to the conservatory, it would have had to go through the dining room. Boy, that's good. Boy, that's good. Okay, so now we're going to get rid of the dining room because you would have had to go through it. So this hinges on the orangutan being in here, but okay, that's a bit of a stretch, but I'll allow it. All right, so now we've got the parlor or the pantry. I'm happier with getting rid of pantry if the cat is hungry. I don't love it. I don't love it, but I could live with it. Is there anything else? I think parlor now is a reasonable guess, but is there anything else that might tell us that it's not the pantry, other than the fact that he was hungry? I mean, what if he can't get food in the pantry? It's not like this is an insane idea, right? The idea that a cat can't find food to eat in your pantry is not insane. It basically describes the situation we all live in now. The situation we all live in this year that I'm filming this is that there isn't food left around for a cat to eat in a pantry. So the fact that he's hungry shouldn't rule out the pantry. Do we have any other reason to rule out the pantry? Do we have any other reason? So, can someone convince me in the chat that we have a reason to rule out the pantry? Were we told at some point that the cat wasn't allowed in the pantry? The cat was near the bust of Pallas. Any reason to believe that that's in the pantry? No. Let's see. Let's read where he's not allowed again. Jupiter is now not allowed in certain parts of the house. He hates water. Second floor is off limits to him. There's also that locked room that nobody has access to, and he keeps the key. So Jupiter obviously doesn't go there either. Okay, so that's out. All right. All right. Well, I'm willing to say that the fact that he's hungry means he didn't go in the pantry, although I don't love it. Let's see if the chat is all on the same page. Perry says the pantry is connected to a hallway. The only room not at all connected to a hall is the conservatory. Well, this is the interesting possibility. So the way we got rid of the conservatory, the way we got rid of the dining room is we said, hey, if you went to the conservatory with the orangutan, then he had to pass through the dining room. And that, but then Perry's trying to get rid of everything but the conservatory by reading the hall clue should rule out parlor and pantry. But I think maybe the people who said that the hallway clue only covers hallway is right. I don't like it. I think that's a bug, but all right. So what we're going to do is we're going to check the pantry. Sorry, we're going to check the parlor on the assumption that the pantry is ruled out by the fact that the cat's not hungry, which I really don't like that either. But if it's not the parlor, then I'm going to make the different assumption that the hallway clue rules out these rooms, maybe even this room, and that the conservatory is not where the orangutan is. I'm not sure where else it would be, but I think our best bet is parlor, so let's try it. The clue says the name of the room and the first name of my first victim. So for that, our answer is the parlor and then Carlton. All right, let's try parlor Carlton. Let's see if that's right. If it is, we can move on with a little bit of a complaint, but let me close some of these tabs. Okay, here we go. This feels like the Deadbolt game that we've struggled with the most of the 12 we've played in terms of being not on comfortable ground. Parlor Carlton. No, let's try again. PARLOURCARLTON. Enter. Yes, okay. Okay. Once you determine the room you are meant to check is the parlor, you try the door and find it locked. LaSalle seems puzzled by that fact. Strange, he says, as he produces a skeleton key from his waistcoat pocket and unlocks the door. The moment the door is open, the butler lets out a panicked shout and screams for someone to call 911. Then he remembers the phones aren't working. You rush in, unprepared for the sight before you. Carlton Asher is there, slumped in a chair, gazing sightlessly up at the ceiling. Streaks of blood run from both corners of his mouth, the corners of his eyes and both nostrils. In his hand, he holds a card bearing the likeness of the Red Death. Now, this is no longer a quirky dinner party to celebrate an undiscovered Poe manuscript. It's a crime scene. After a few moments of speaking with the two Asher brothers and Carlton's wife Lenore, it's decided that everyone will retire to an upstairs room while you investigate and preserve the crime scene. Everyone is given strict instructions to stay in their designated room and not to leave. Once you are certain everyone is in their appointed room, you go and fetch your lab kit and come back to investigate the body of Carlton Asher. For everyone's sake, you hope that whatever killed Carlton Asher isn't some sort of biological weapon. However, upon detecting a faint garlic-like smell near the dead man's mouth and taking note of the hemorrhaging that has obviously occurred, you think it most likely that he was killed with rat poison. Whoever this Red Death person is, they went to great lengths to mimic the symptoms from the story. You spend the next hour examining everything found with Carlton Asher's body. Once you're done, you hear the chime of the grandfather clock and realize it's now 1 a.m., which it is in real life, 1:06 a.m. You also hear something else that's far more unsettling. The sound mimics the erratic, telltale beating of a heart. You may now open the 1 a.m. envelope. Okay. This has been a bit of a rough start here. But okay. Let's put our notes aside. We're now allowed to open the 1 a.m. Let's put the things we think we're done with aside. All right. I mean, I like the setup. I like the nature of the puzzle. I just don't love how ambiguous some of that stuff was about the rooms, though we did get the right answer on our first try. Okay, 1 a.m. envelope we are now opening. Read me first, 1 a.m. Little gaslight here. You've gone from a simple observer at a dinner party to the head of a murder investigation. You've made several attempts to make a call to the police, but your cell doesn't have any service because of the weather. You also thought of sending someone back into town to fetch the authorities, but LaSalle thought of that too. After being gone only a minute, he returned back inside, soaked to the skin and obviously shaken by what he discovered. Everyone's tires have been slashed. The Red Death has plans for the evening, and those plans don't include the police. For the moment, all you can do is investigate the crime scene before you and play along with this fiend's twisted game. In this room is the unmistakable thudding of a heartbeat. But you know the victim's heart isn't making that sound. It's long since gone quiet. After searching Carlton Asher's body, you find a Red Death card in his hand, a skeleton key in one pocket, and the framed signed copy of Annabel Lee at his feet. Someone must have moved it from its spot in the library and put it here, but who? You've read the poem enough times to know it well. Upon inspection, you don't see anything unusual about it and decide not to read it. Until things clear up enough to get a call through to the police, you're the closest thing to law enforcement on the scene. You decide to take the Poe manuscript into your care for safekeeping. Okay. So here's our card from the Red Death. That's a pretty good card. Like if you're a serial killer revenger, you should be proud of that. When my creator made me, he started as he did with all his manuscripts, sentence by sentence. From the beginning, every literary masterpiece begins with the first letter. Go where the clues lead and make your next discovery. Once you examine the floor of the parlor and see where the key leads, what do you use and where do you search? Okay, here's the key. Key was found in Carlton's pocket. What does it open? Do not break the seal until instructed. Okay, so once we find out what it opens, we go here. And once we're in there, I guess, we can do this one. Okay, murder by gaslight. Wow, here's another little puzzle. Floor of the parlor is rough-hewn hardwood. It's at odds with the elegance of the rest of the room. Something about it seems off. Where do you look? Don't break the seal. So we can look, maybe we find the area of the hardwood. This is like the beating of the telltale heart. And then here's the poem, Annabel Lee, and Murder by Gaslight. What was the Murder by Gaslight? So we find the Annabel Lee, which is out of its case here, which we think is odd. It says we don't read it, but now we're going to read it. But what was the gaslight thing? The framed signed copy. I think this is a fake and someone's getting mad about it. But someone remind me what the gaslight is. Was it in our online part? Let me make sure I remove the protection here. He's got the red death card. We tell everyone to go to their room. Garlic means he was poisoned with rat poison. Someone remind me where is Gaslight the new manuscript, but did we not read anything about it just recently? You're saying we didn't read anything about it? Like, isn't something supposed to tell us? It's not in his hands? He's in his chair. In his hand, he's got the card. I'm just a little confused why this manuscript is not described in any of the text, and yet it's still sitting here. That confuses me. This Red Death is pretending to be this manuscript, it seems. I guess the manuscript is here, even though it's not described in any of this text. It's referred to in the card. When my creator made me. Okay. You know, there's something that happens when you get off on a bad start or you start to have one little bad thing. It feels like it's very common for it to snowball. And I kind of feel like that's what's happening here to me. Like the little imperfections are snowballing to the point where it's giving me a bad feeling about things. I'm willing to cut it less slack. But yeah, this is the manuscript. But I thought it was in the safe. We've now walked into the room, and here it is in the 1 a.m. set. I just don't understand why we're not told that we found this here, sitting somewhere. We've told the Annabel Lee poem is sitting here and out of place. It just seems odd for this one to also be in this envelope. But I guess we can read this Annabel Lee poem, which is out of copyright in public domain. Maybe the chat can tell me I'm being too picky about the other thing. Here's Edgar Allan Poe's Annabel Lee. Even though the instructions have told us we decide not to read it, here we are reading it. I don't understand the point of that, but, right? Am I right? That it does say, you've read the poem enough times to know it well. Upon inspection, you don't see anything unusual and decide not to read it. The very next thing we're doing is reading it. I don't understand why these details are in this that are just incongruous. Shouldn't it say you decide to read it? And here we are reading it. It's a tiny thing, but it's really just a couple things now are rubbing me the wrong way about this. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden, she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child and she was a child in this kingdom by the sea. But we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee, so that her neighbor kinsman came and bore her away from me to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we. And neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee, and the stars never rise, but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so, all the night tide I live, I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in her sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea. Okay. And then here is this manuscript apparently written by Edgar Allan Poe that is in dispute. Let me check in with the chat to see if I'm being too harsh. Logan says, let's skip the poem for now. And Stacy says, I agree, Logan, but it's too late. Perhaps the game is telling us to ignore the poem for now. That's why it said don't read it. Stacy says, yep, I think so. Melissa says, agree. They want us to focus on the other one. All right, well, it's too late. I've read it. I should have seen that before. Murder by Gaslight by Edgar Allan Poe. I mean, we could compare. We are a handwriting comparison person. We could look at the signatures here. They look right. All right, here's the signature. The inspector's face was bathed in the amber glow of a gas lamp. He mused thoughtfully at the gruesome scene before him. In some ways, the dead man looked like he was only sleeping. Remembering that wasn't the case, the inspector said a silent prayer. Death comes for all at some point, he thought wearily. Before he began his investigation of the scene, he rubbed a little camphor on his upper lip to keep the stench of death away. On the street corner where the man died were a series of strange symbols drawn in blood. Always thinking, always puzzling over the details, the inspector pulled out a scrap of paper from his coat pocket and a pencil. Realizing that the symbols might be a vital clue, he copied them down. Determined now more than ever to catch this killer, he knelt beside the body and gazed thoughtfully at the bloody slash across the man's throat. Okay, is this the first page of the manuscript or is this the entire thing? I don't know. Okay, let's look at these three pieces we have left. Down in Carlton's pocket, what does it open? The floor of the parlor is rough-hewn hardwood that is at odds with the elegance of the rest of the room. Something about it seems off. Where do you look? And then this, which would seem afterwards, says, when my creator made me, as he did with all his manuscripts, sentence by sentence from the beginning, every literary masterpiece begins with the first letter. Go where the clues lead and make your next discovery. Once you examine the floor and see where the key leads, what do you use and where do you search? So this is, once we do these two, what does it open? You might guess that we know about the telltale beating heart under the floorboards, we think. But this feels like it might be open what's under the floorboards. That might make you think this goes first. Something about it seems off. Something about the floor of the parlor seems off. Where do you look? All right, there's an alert on the channel. Let's see what the channel has to say. The capitals spell a message. The card has instructions about the new poem. The first letter of every line in the new manuscript. So this says, every literary masterpiece begins with the first letter. Okay, so this seems like a message for us. The channel is saying HIRDBOAR. All right, starts with a T. THIRD. Third. BOARD. Third board. Okay. Okay, probably I should have. Well, okay. Channel has figured it out. The third board. Okay. So the answer to this, the floor of the parlor is a rough. Something about it seems off. Where do you look? So we're going to say this is the third board. Marcel helps you find the necessary tools, and together the two of you pry up the third floorboard. Underneath is a mechanical heart that beats strangely. Oh dear, Marcel exclaimed. It's just like in the Poe story. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here. It is the beating of his hideous heart, I said, remembering the line as the story was one of my favorites. It is a good story. Okay, you may now break the seal and examine the heart. All right, so now it's letting us go into this. So we opened up the floorboards and we found the mechanical heart. When you pull up the third board, you find a mechanical heart beating erratically. Scan to listen to it. All right, so we get to listen to it. Maybe it's going to give us some sort of Morse code puzzle. Something. Let's find out. All right, let's listen together. Okay, I'm going to stop and start over again. All of the beats are the same, but there's clear it's a number of them and then a gap and a number of them again. So let's try again and count. 8, 1, 13, or maybe 13 that time. 5, 18. Okay, so I got 8, 1, 13, 13, 5, 18. I wasn't sure about that third set though. Did anyone get a different set of numbers? 8, 1, 13, 13, 5 is what I got. This is the one I'm not 100% sure on though. Okay, everyone agrees. 8, 1, 13, 13, 5, 18. Okay. Now, we've scanned it, we've heard it, but we don't have a puzzle that needs it yet. Once you've examined the floor and you see where the key leads, so it feels like this should be giving us information about where the key leads. Now, how would it do that? Let's think for a second. Could these be letters? Could this be an A and H-I-J? That would make 8 an H. This would be an L, L. 5 would be an E, right? And then 18 is what? Or I wonder if this is a G. G, 8, 5 is E, F, G, H. No, that's H. Whole, which letter is 18? Where's my stuff? Where's my stuff? Where's my letters? '18 is an R. What's happened here? 13 is an M, not an L. Hammer. Hammer is the answer. H-A-M-M-E-R. Hammer. Though. What do we do with our hammer? So there's an alert in the chat. I'm going to have to talk about this for a second, though. In the beginning, when I started playing these games, I had a shot at figuring stuff out before the chat. Now it seems like it's very unusual for the chat not to figure something out before me. Now you might think that I might be inclined to just get the first as soon as someone solves it, but reality is when I play these, one of the price you pay here is that sometimes you get stuck waiting for me to figure something out, even though the chat has figured it out early. And so I'm going to have to start occasionally putting that into operation. So I'm not going to look at the chat for the answer to this. I'm going to give myself at least a couple of minutes to think about this. So we've listened to the heart, and it spells out the word hammer. Now, this question here on the card says, once you examine the 4 of the power, which we have, seen where the key leads, which we haven't done, what do you use and where do you search? So it feels like maybe what we use is a hammer. So that might be the solution to that. And maybe this is a totally separate puzzle, which is just telling us that this opens the locked room. Maybe the only thing we type in here is locked room. What does the channel think of that? Oh, okay. Channel hasn't discussed that. They're just talking about hammer. So what do you think about my theory now that this question for this puzzle is actually as simple as the locked room? Sounds like the chat might be in agreement with me about that. Let's try it, yeah? Actually, it's time for us to take another break. So we'll take a break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. This is a tricky one. Before we take a break, let me remind you that when we play these games, we like to talk about them at the end, where they rank with the other games, similar games, high points, low points, design ideas. So this is clearly one of these ones where I'm going to be very curious what the audience, what the chat, what you think of it. So maybe keep a piece of paper nearby when we play these games, write down your thoughts about them so we can discuss them at the end. We're 2.5 hours in. This might be a long one, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Before we get started, we're going to have a little taste test is not the right word. I used to do a bunch of these in the beginning of the channel. I haven't done it in a while. But maybe we'll call this a recommendation. So I want to recommend a little thing here. This Liquid Death series, there's a whole bunch of them of different flavors. They look like they're alcoholic, like beer. I don't know why they call it Liquid Death, but it's not. It's like sparkling water. And Greg's wife, Jill, introduced me to this series. There's one that they call, there's a lime one. It's called something like Severed Lime or something, which is quite good. And then this one I like a little better, I think, which is a peach one. And it's called Rest in Peach. What's happening here? Rest in Peach, iced tea, agave, and vitamins. And that's the hook of this brand, is it's not 0 calorie, but it has a tiny bit of calories from agave. So it's basically just flavored water. It says black tea, agave nectar, natural flavor of peach, pear, and apricot, and then some chemicals. So it's sort of in this family of flavored seltzer that has no calories, except they throw in a little agave, little few calories. It kind of tastes good. It kind of tastes like chemicals. I'm a little undecided, but I like the idea of it. I like the idea of having it mostly water with a little, maybe a tiny bit of sugar flavor. I drink a lot of the La Croix flavored seltzer, and I definitely recommend the guava and the coconut. But this is an interesting one to try. Okay, back to our game. I thought it was going to be, first you find in the foreboard, then you find something that unlocks with a key, and then you can answer this question. We found the heart in the foreboards. We got to this. This clearly isn't going with this. So then I think we realized this is just for the locked room we were told about early on. We could have done that any time. So let's try to answer this and go into that locked room. Here we go. So we're just going to try to use this key right now. Okay. Almost too obvious to use it to get into the room, but let's try it. So we're going to just type locked room. Yep. The key fits the door to the locked room perfectly, and it opens easily on squealing hinges that sound like a choir of mad cats. Before you is a staircase that goes down into a basement or cellar of some sort. Although it's the last place you want to explore, you decide to follow the steps down and see where they lead. You may now break the seal and go down the stairs. Okay. So we are going to break the seal to this, which we assume means going down the stairs. I see. The stairs lead down to a wine cellar. Amongst the various wines are some casks of Amontillado, which is a type of dry sherry that originates in Spain. The moment you come down here, you have a bad feeling about what you might find. Look at that. The Red Death has left you a message written on one of the barrels. You study it carefully, trying to decide what it means. Well, I mean, +1 and some letters that don't look like they form an English word. We know what that comes to mind whenever we see that, which is a Caesar cipher shift. So if you go +1, R turns into an S, N turns into an O, T turns into a U, S turns into a T. So SOUTH. So south. Is this going to be a room? We don't have anything on our map called south, but okay, south. And then the bottom letters are V, which turns into a W, Z, which wraps around, turns into an A, K turns into an L, K turns into an L. So south wall. And we know what to do with the south wall, which is to use our hammer on it. So when you see where the key leads, what do you use and where do you search? Okay, so we're going to use the hammer on the south wall. Okay, easy enough. Let me just first save this unprotected in case we need to go back to it. Okay, hammer on the south wall. Now, this is exciting that there's a secret room down there. It's always fun to get into a secret room. So it says bricks. The name of the file is bricks. A little bit of a clue there. But okay. So what was the order it wanted in? What do you use and where do you search? What do you use and where do you search? So Hammer, excuse me, and then south wall. You notice that the mortar holding the bricks in place on the south wall of the wine cellar looks fresh. You grab a hammer and begin to knock the bricks out of place. It only takes a few swings before you widen the hole enough to see there are two people chained up behind the wall. They have been strung up and plastic bags have been placed over their heads, causing them to suffocate. How long ago did this happen? After clearing away more of the rubble, you're shocked to find that the two victims are Lenore Asher and Auguste Asher. In a cruel twist, the Red Death fitted both Lenore and Auguste with a bell around their neck in an attempt to mimic Fortunato, the poor soul who was walled up in the Poe classic, The Cast of Amontillado. Okay, I don't know that story. When did this happen? Pinned to Lenore's chest is a note that reads, I didn't love Carlton. My heart belonged to the oldest Asher brother. Pinned to Auguste's chest is a note that reads, all this time people have thought there were 3 when there were actually 4. Both of the servants knew, though, they still do. The killer also tied their hands together to mock their love. Series of questions immediately come to mind, and you think on them fervently. How did the killer lure both Lenore and Auguste from their rooms? How did he or she do so without anyone seeing them? The killer obviously got to both of them while you were inspecting the body of Carlton Asher in the parlor. But how was everything done so quietly and so efficiently? The partial answer is the most simple one. The killer didn't cause a ruckus because the victims knew him or her. After some study of the entire scene, you notice something on each body that you hadn't noticed initially. Each of the victims has a puncture wound on their necks, indicating that they were injected with something, mostly like a substance that would render them unconscious. But how did the Red Death get both of them down here without being noticed? You walk around the wine cellar for several minutes before discovering the dumbwaiter system that could have been used to easily transport various vintages of wine up to the various floors without having to haul everything up the stairs. As you ponder this tableau further and what it all could mean, somewhere a clock chimes 2 a.m., and a scream from somewhere on the second floor rips through the night. Okay, well, the real world clock is 1:51 a.m., so we're a little bit ahead of it. Some interesting puzzles here. Some explicit. How would they have gotten down here? How did they lure them down here? It assumes they knew the killer knew them. They knew the killer. But then they've been knocked unconscious and brought down with the dumbwaiter. So that feels like that might invalidate this part, right? Like, how did the killer lure them from their rooms? The obvious answer is that they knew them, but then we find the punctures and a dumbwaiter. So that means that maybe they didn't know the killer. But this is phrased in a weird way, like as a matter of fact, and then as something that invalidates that fact. The other really interesting thing was this part here. All this time, people have thought there were 3 when there were actually 4. Both of the servants knew, though. They still do. Is this a 4th brother? Is that what we're being led to believe? And the servants know about the 4th brother? Because we know there are 3 brothers told to us. Or are they talking about 4 manuscripts or something? Or maybe it's not 4 brothers, but 4 Ashers, and one of them isn't a brother. Maybe it's the maid. Let's see what the chat makes of all this. Melissa is leaving us, unfortunately. Melissa was on top of all this. Maybe she's already solved it before she even left. 4 Ashers, maybe the maid is an Asher. All right, Entine is thinking like me. Puncture wound, plastic bag, dung miter, or one of the publishers. Do we have to assume the killer is one of the 7? No, we don't have to assume that. Probably is, but we don't have to assume that, no. Okay. So we can now open the 2 a.m. So it says everyone thought there were 3, but there are really 4, and the servants know. And they still do. So the servants seem to know, but why aren't they telling? We don't know. But we can now open the 2 a.m. envelope. What is everyone in the channel drinking? I know most of us here drink tea and coffee. When I drink normal coffee, I don't add any sweetener, but sometimes for the live streams, I add a little creamer just for extra fuel to go the 6-hour streams. This would be a good time to remind you, if you like these videos and you want to see more of them, give it a thumbs up. Use whatever policy you follow on YouTube, and I encourage you to have one. So if you want to thumbs down it, because this is a game you don't like, feel free, thumbs down it. DJ Moneycut says, I just made some pot stickers during the break. Okay. Perry says, Pete's coffee. Okay. All right, 2 a.m. envelope. Here we go. Pretty generous envelope here. 2 a.m. Read me first. So we've got a card. Oh, I see. Okay. Read me first. I like how it's telling us what to read first, so that we get these things in the right order. When you reach the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor of Asher Hall, you realize that the sound you mistook for screaming was actually a gurgling croak made by a raven perched atop one of Carlton Asher's statues. You are shocked when the bird actually speaks and says the word, nevermore. You assume that the other guests are safely in their rooms, but you can't understand why none of them have poked their heads out of their doors to see what was making such a tremendous racket. The only people you see upstairs are Wasal and Virginia Clements, the butler and the maid. Wasal is doing his best to stay calm in the face of so much tragedy. He's currently placing trays filled with tea and cookies outside each door in an attempt to keep all of the house guests comfortable during a very difficult time. You see Virginia unlocking the nursery with her key and checking to make sure no one is in there. You decide to talk to both of them. All right, so we've got Wasal and Virginia. with who we can now have some follow-up conversations with. And then we've got a card that we're not told about that yet. So I'm going to ignore it. Let's start with Lascelles. Oh, this night is a disaster. Poor Master Asher is dead. Poor Auguste and Lenore are dead. Who's next? I fear for all of our lives. Who could this Red Death fiend really be? One of us? I would like to think not. But I cannot convince myself that is not so. So many strange things are happening within Asher Hall tonight. Now, take, for instance, the movie that's playing on a loop in the morning room upstairs. Someone has set a projector up. Go see for yourself. Then, all the paintings on one wall of the hallway have been rearranged in a completely different order. I've listed them all below for you. Edgar Allan Poe, Raven, Heart, Cask, Absinthe, Straight Razor, Nevermore, Hand, Eye, Typewriter, Icicles, Arsenic, Handcuff, Tiger, Boston, all with their first letters bolded. However, not unique letters. And then it's referring to this. So they have been rearranged, and we're told what letter goes along with each picture. So we could potentially spell out a message by using these letters. So we'll do that in a second. But first, let's talk to our friend Virginia. You know what it is about this? It's not even the look. Look at this girl knows what she's doing. Look, it's not just the open mouth. Look at how she's holding that feather duster. It's like obscene. Like this is not right. Something's wrong about this girl. I see you've met Alan, Virginia says. Mr. Asher had another raven before this one. His name was Edgar. When he died, Mr. Asher couldn't bear to be without him, so he had Edgar stuffed. He's the one that's downstairs. Alan over here is his replacement. He's much smarter than Edgar ever was. Did you know ravens can speak just as well or better than parrots? They can learn up to 100 words, and Alan has quite the vocabulary. He even referred to Mr. Asher, God rest his soul, as father. Even stranger still, Alan can spell. He's very articulate. Well, for a bird, that is. What's even weirder is the fact that their voices sound almost human. When I first started this job and discovered that birds could talk, I spent a lot of time watching YouTube videos of ravens talking like grown men. It's downright eerie, I tell you. Anyway, Alan keeps repeating the same letters over and over again in 3 distinct groups. I don't know what any of it means. Maybe you can figure it out. Okay, so we can come listen to Alan speaking. Let's put that aside. Oh, this is a video. Why is this a video? Okay, so we can watch a video of the movie that's playing in a loop. And we can do this. So it feels like we've got 3 things. We've got the video that's playing upstairs. We have listening to Alan spell. And then we have these pictures, which may spell out a term. And then we've got this, which we're not told anything about. Okay, I'm going to put that aside for a second. Let's do this first, see if our theory about this is right. So I'm operating under the theory that these have been rearranged to spell a message. So the first one is E for Edgar Allan Poe. Wait, he's done it in the right order? Oh, maybe we have to undo it. Okay, not what I thought. I thought these were going to be the way they normally are. And when we look at how they're rearranged, it will spell out a word. But actually, they're arranged in exactly this order. So ERHCASNHETIAHTB. So the order they're here is not useful to us, but maybe they're going to spell something when it's rearranged. Maybe the video will tell us how to rearrange them or something like that. So I guess we're not going to try to tackle this first. We're going to put this aside and start here. Let's start with the bird because I'm most curious to listen to that bird. Let's listen to Alan. Okay. It's just a download of an MOV file. That's kind of weird. But okay. Ooh, okay. I guess let's try that.
MNENOYCIOR.
All right, let's listen to that again.
MNENOYCIORULSME.
Okay. So he gave us 3 groupings of 5 letters each. I'm going to write it out better here. In fact, I don't want the chat to be talking to me yet. Let's just do it this way. So MNENO was the first grouping. The second grouping was YCIOR. And the third grouping was ULSME. So 15 letters total. Let's just see if it's going to be connected to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so we've got 15 paintings and 15 letters. I mean, I'm a little curious about whether these are related to this. So we have it doesn't look like we actually have anything that starts with a U. So this doesn't seem like it's going to be telling us paintings. It may be just a coincidence that it's 15 letters. All right, let's just move along to this one. Read as much as we can before we try to make sense of it. So this is the video that's playing on a loop. Okay. It's a video playing on a loop in the morning room upstairs. Okay. That was Alan. Now we're doing the video. Let's see what we've got. The video starts off saying first row. But let's watch it together. Let me see if I can make it full screen for you. Okay. So we've got first row, second row, third row. Let's watch it again and try to make sense of how they differ. No audio, right? Goes up, and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. It goes. Next one goes up and then goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Goes up and goes 1, 2, 3, 3. So first row has 5 back and forth. Let's see if there's anything else interesting about it. Goes all the way up and then swings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stops at the upright position. Second row goes all the way up, then goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and stops all the way up at 4. Third row goes all the way up, then goes 1, 2, 3, and stops. Okay, 5, 4, 3. That's what I see as significant. Now 5, 4, 3 gives us 12, well, 12 summed up. Okay, now having listened to Alan, having watched the video, I think we need to look at this message from the Red Death, even though he doesn't tell us, no one tells us how we got this. The bird knows everything. You should listen to him. He knows who my next victim is. Back and forth the blade sways. The mechanics of it are simply a work of art. How to describe it? I just don't know where to begin. At the start, I suppose, one row at a time. What is the first name of my next victim and where will you find them? Okay, so you might guess that the bird is telling who the victim is, and the pendulum might be telling where we can find them. So if the bird is telling who the next victim is, they're not, I don't seem to be scrambling the letters of people. And then if we look at our 5, 4, 3, let's see, 5, 4, 3, OOS, that doesn't mean anything. All right, don't need this one. 5, 4, 3, that doesn't give us anything interesting. What about here? First row 5, second row 4, third row 3. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the absinthe. That would be an A. 1, 2, 3, 4, typewriter. That would be a T. Third row 3, 1, 2, 3 would be tiger. ATT. That doesn't help us. Back and forth it sways. The mechanics of it are a piece of art. I just don't know where to begin. At the start, I suppose, one row at a time. What if we... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Let's try that. If we start here and we go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we get an A. And if we go 5 again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we get the cask. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we get heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we get raven. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we get E. Okay, that doesn't seem right. 5, we get an S. Okay, that doesn't seem right. At the start, one row at a time. I mean, row 1 would certainly seem to be talking about these pictures. We saw it swing 5 times. One row at a time. Paintings have been rearranged in a different order. Do you think we have to first rearrange them and then we get the 5? Let's see, if it went by size, they are different sizes. But that's tricky. If we arranged them, kept them within a row, we keep them in a row. So let me just work through what I'm thinking. We've got the video that says 5, 4, 3. So I thought maybe the 5th one on the top row, the 4th one on the second row, and the 3rd one here. But maybe that works together with the idea that these have to be fixed their order first. Doesn't tell us what order they normally go in, though. If you went from smallest to biggest, you get 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, which of these would be bigger if you wanted to do it by that order? 1, 2, 3, 4. And one of these would be bigger. Is it height or width? Well, I suppose you could say it's either an E or an S for straight razor. And if we were to order these and we want the 4th one, we'd go 1. That can't be by size because it's so ambiguous about some of these. Well, maybe that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be an N. Sure, the 4th one. The 3rd one would be 1, 2, and one of these. I guess tiger. ENT, SNT. Okay, that doesn't work. So that's not right. Back and forth the blade swings. Mechanics of it are simply a work of art. I just don't know where to begin. At the start, I suppose, one row at a time. How about, it's not that, but it's the words, and we take the 5th letter of every word, but that doesn't work for us because cask only has 4 letters. Hmm. Well, I suppose we should be happy that we've got a Deadbolt Mystery Society puzzle that's a little tricky because frequently we just chew through these. On the other hand, I've lost a little bit of faith in this box, so I don't love that there seem to be so many things you could do. If first you're supposed to reorganize these before you get to the puzzle. The bird knows everything. You should listen to him. He knows who my next victim is. So this is telling us who. I've written it as 3, but there's no reason to think of these as 3 rows. Three distinct groups. Okay, this is going to be our who, right? So where's our list of people? Madeline Dupin, Carlton Asher, but she's dead. Perkins, he's dead. Perkins, Lenore, Horatio, Prospero. Let me just write these out. So Dupin is dead, right? Dupin was the one we found dead. No, Lenore we found dead. Okay, so Madame Dupin is still alive. Carlton Asher is dead. Perkins, Satterwhite is still alive. Lenore is dead. Horatio, Alan Black is still alive, but presumably this killer just hates the Ashers, so it makes me think that they're only going to kill Ashers. Prospero Asher. And August is dead. So now, what have we got here? So probably, well, if it was only killing Ashers, it would just be Prospero, but I don't feel like this bird has anything to do with the paintings. That's true. Somewhere, I guess we also have the two people here, LaSalle and Virginia. I'm going to add them here. Virginia Clemens. All right, let's look at this. So the bird was saying these letters in 3 groupings. What would that mean that he was doing them in 3 groupings? It's a lot of letters too. What is he spelling out? So it's not the right letters to spell anyone's full name. Let me just reread. This is just the worst that these things disappear. Let me just make sure I'm not making any mistake here about who's dead. Lenore and Auguste are dead. Okay. The bird knows everything. Listen to him. He knows who my next victim is. MNENO. And then the next group, VCIOR. I don't think it's going to be any kind of Caesar shift. He knows how to spell, huh? You might think he's spelling, like, is he reading something that would That where he's spelling in the wrong, like he's reading it in the wrong order? Roicemsl. No. What if he was spelling it this way? Myuncl. He knows who the next victim is. I see now, it's not Mademoiselle Dupin, it's Madeleine Dupin. Madeleine Dupin, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Is he spelling out someone's name? If so, there's no D, so it's not Dupin. There's no T, so it's not Sutterwhite. No K's, it's not Perkins. No H's, it's not Horatio. No P's, it's not Prospero. No L's, it's not LaSalle. Wow, there's so few letters here of different types. That's very strange. Why would he be spelling it out in 3 groups? Can we form words out of these? Anagrams? M-O... It feels like there's some significance to the fact that there are 3 groupings, but I wonder if he's reading it off something odd. Hmm. Interesting. We got 2 puzzles here, and they're both sticking on them. He even referred to Mr. Asher as father. Repeating the same letters over in 3 groups. I don't know what it means. Maybe you can figure it out. And then the loop for the pictures, if we put that one aside, 5 times 4, 3. Is it possible that it's telling us to go like starts here and then swings back and swings and swings and swings? So in other words, are they all starting here for our first letter? Like first row started here. That's our straight razor with an S. Then goes all the way to here to Edgar Allan Poe with an E. then goes here to absinthe, which is an A, then goes here, which is a raven, which is R, then goes here, cask, which is C, and then H. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Supposed to be 5, but okay, maybe we add one. Search. Then we're going to do the same thing here, starting at the far right, 4 though. So this is our icicles, I. Then we go to nevermore. Then we go to typewriter. Then we go to hand. Then we go to I. Okay, so maybe the 543 is not important. Again, Boston, B. And then we've got arsenic, A. Then tiger. Then back to handcuff. Search in the bath. Okay. So that's our location. Search in the bath. Well done. It's a pretty cool puzzle. The fact that the thing was swinging different numbers of times wasn't important. It was just the idea that it was going back and forth. I thought for sure the number of cycles is going to tell us when to stop. Doesn't matter. In the bath is where we know we're going to go. Okay, pretty cool puzzle. Now, we're back to the bird. What is Alan trying to spell for us? 3 groups, 15 letters total. There are always 5 letters per group. The thing that comes to mind is that a bird knows how to read letters, but he may not know what order to read them in. So it almost feels like, you know, you could experiment with the idea that he's reading a word that's like 3 groups. You could imagine it was like M-Y-C, not M-Y-C. Like, is this the other way around? Like, is he reading it this way? And then NCLEISNOMORE. Like, is he reading a tablet that says this, and he's going MNENOYCIORULSME. This obviously doesn't make sense, but it would logically be an idea of re-representing the letters so that the bird is reading it this way, or you might imagine a bird could be reading it backwards. So then you would get, maybe it says ONENM, or maybe he's reading them at random, in random order, which would make these anagrams. Well, this says no more. Is no more. My uncle is no more. My uncle is no more. All right, well done. So this is an interesting, I guess you could have gotten it this way if you went this was an interesting puzzle because we ruled out some things by the number of letters. Didn't sound like he was spelling out someone's name. And then this is a more generic strategy of re-representing information. And sometimes when you do that, stuff pops out at you in ways they wouldn't otherwise. Okay, now my uncle is no more. So the person who's dead is the uncle, but who's the uncle? Who is the uncle? Obviously not a woman. But who are we thinking is an uncle? Augustus is already dead. Was Sal the uncle? How do we know who's uncle? The uncle is the father's brother. Let's read how it wants the form of the answer to us, because we could just type in uncle. What is the first name of my next victim, and where will you find them? Well, I mean, you could some interesting things you could do. You could rule out with Sal, because is that his first name? And you could rule out all the women. So that would leave you with just Perkins. Let me see if one of these is referred to as uncle in some way. It's a publisher. My uncle. Horatio Allen Black. And August is already dead. My uncle is no more. I'm not going to look in the chat because this seems like a particularly fun little element. My uncle is no more, huh? My uncle is no more. Uncle is father's brother. LaSalle is the butler. I'm not going to look in the chat yet because they may have already figured it out. Bird is overhearing something. We've got the butler. So there's two possibilities. Let's think about them. Let's think about the two possibilities. One is that somewhere is a mention of someone who's an uncle to someone. We don't know who the bird is quoting or reading from. So one possibility is that there's some text somewhere telling us who logically is an uncle of something the bird would overhear or read. The other possibility is that the Red Death has written out something and the answer is the Red Death's uncle, in which case the clue, figuring out the answer, has to do with some deduction over who the Red Death is. So if we think the Red Death is one of these brothers' sons, or the dead brother's son, if the Red Death is writing it and Alan saw it, and the Red Death said, "My uncle is no more," then our clue is that the Red Death is going to be the child of the fourth brother, or a child of the fourth sister, Asher relative, and he's referring to one of the Ashers, in which case we should be looking at Prospero. It would have to be Prospero. Prospero is the only other Asher thing, but how would we jump to that conclusion? Seems like it would be jumping to a conclusion that we shouldn't. Uncle. I mean, there's lots of reasons to think it would be Prospero story-wise, but not enough to be sure about. Not as much of a clue as you'd feel like you'd need. He even referred to Mr. Asher as his father. Okay, let's think about that for a second. If he referred to Asher as his father, then the bird's uncle would be the father's brother. That would give us Prospero. Okay, so that makes me think it's Prospero. And it seems like the channel has come to that same conclusion. The father's brother, the raven, called Carlton his father. The bird is speaking as its owner. They sound the same, even calls him father. So the raven's uncle is Carlton's brother. All right, so we're all in agreement that it's Prospero. It's just that it's a little bit of subtlety, or whether the bird is picking up what the Red Death wrote, that the Red Death's uncle, or does the bird know about the relationships between uncles? And if he refers to Asher as father, then Prospero would be his uncle. All right, so we think we've got an answer. Because there's only one Prospero man left, only one Prospero period left, then the answer is Prospero in the bath. So let's give it a try. Makes sense, but you could read it in two ways. Either way, it still gives you Prospero. All right, so our answer here is Prospero bath. LaSalle is more perplexed than ever when you summon him to accompany you to the bathroom as directed by the clue from the paintings, only to find that the door once again is locked. LaSalle fishes out his skeleton key and opens the door cautiously. Then he groans at the sight of what lies on the other side of the doorway and steps aside for you to see. Prospero is dead. The black and white checkered floor is stained red from Prospero's blood. There seems to be gallons of the stuff, and you take care not to step in any of it. Is anyone getting a little bit of a vibe of like a fake death? A small-scale razor pendulum, just like the one in Poe's story, The Pit and the Pendulum, was created and positioned right over Prospero's neck. You see a needle mark on the man's neck like the ones found on Auguste and Lenore. Likely he was sedated, positioned on the floor where the pendulum swings back and forth, cutting his neck. Holy Christ. That's gruesome. Till finally the swinging blade would meet the soft flesh of his throat. Even worse is the fact that the killer must have watched it all happen. Written in blood on the bathroom mirror are the words, "I was not a mistake. I was not a dirty secret. I was blood." You may learn more in the library. So this is definitely some Asher child that was not mentioned. Maybe illegitimate because of a illicit affair with the maid's mother. I think it's the maid. I think the maid is the illegitimate Asher. A cursory search of Prospero's room turns up a handwritten note to him that says, "Brother, meet me in the bathroom in 10 minutes and I'll explain what this evening is really about." Sounds like that maid. No doubt Prospero did as the note instructed out of curiosity, and it turned out to be his last mistake. Why did the Red Death call Prospero brother? A theory is beginning to form in your mind, but you don't have all the pieces yet for this particular puzzle. As if on cue, the grandfather clock begins to chime the hour. It's now 3 a.m. You may now open the 3 a.m. envelope. All right, we are getting closer, and boy, does that maid look awfully suspicious at this point. That maid is looking, I mean, she looked suspicious from moment one, really, but she's looking more suspicious every minute. It's 2:43 a.m. and the clock is around 3 a.m., 2:43 in real time, so we're slightly ahead of the clock, which is fun. And we've been challenged by these puzzles, which is also enjoyable. And it's been an hour since our last break, so time is flying here. I think it means we need to take a break, though. So let's just organize our stuff. Take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back playing House of Asher, the Deadbolt Mystery Society, one of the more recent out of subscription boxes, and we've been instructed to read the 3 a.m. envelope. It's 2:52 a.m. in real time. There's one more envelope after this one. 4 envelopes total. Okay, read me first 3 a.m. What have we got a picture of here? Looks like a hose of some sort. At this point, the storm has subsided and the stars have come out. Somewhere in the house, the Victrola plays classical music to drown out the misery that pervades. Your strategy to have everyone stay in their rooms as a way of protecting them has backfired spectacularly. Now, with Prospero dead, the entire Asher line is gone. All that remain are Horatio, Madeline, Perkins, LaSalle, and Virginia. You call LaSalle, and instruct him to use his key to lock everyone in their rooms to ensure that none of them have the opportunity to come out to either kill or be killed. Then you instruct him to follow you to the library. The maid still has her own keys, don't forget. When you arrive at the library, you see that the Red Death has left a few things for you. It's clear that not only is the Red Death looking to make certain people pay for something that was done in the past, but he or she is also interested in exposing the truth of some long-buried sin. Don't forget that she says the servants know, or the Red Death says the servants know. Okay, exposing the truth of a long-buried sin. Oh, that's the Victrola is what we're looking at. The needle of the Victrola record player. All right, let's see what we've got here. A note from the Red Death. A typewriter. A little, looks like a postcard or book plate. The Mystery of Mary Doggett or Rodgett. Let's see. The Mystery of Marie. I can't read this because this camera's in front of me. Marie Rodgett, page 130. Okay. Looks like a body found in the water. Marie Rodgett. I'm not familiar with this story either. And then we've got a very strange piece of paper here with lines and something that seems to suggest we should use a flashlight to shine through it. There would have to be something behind it for that to work with. Oh, I wonder if it's going to be the Annabelle Lee. Look how it matches. So yeah, this is going to be look through this and find the letters that are underlined, which is exactly what kind of thing the channel was suggesting, that there's a reason we weren't meant to read this, but rather we're going to use it to decode a message here. Okay, well, that's certainly going to be that. Typewriter. Don't know what that's about. I can see there's one key that's kind of weird here, this B. Doesn't seem like it's in place. Oh, look, there is something on the back of this. And it looks like type. I wonder if we type this out. There's an A with a circle over it, whatever that punctuation is, which we have a key for here. So I wonder if this is going to draw something out for us. Let's just see. If we did a Y, J, R, M Y J R M. Doesn't seem like it's going to be drawing anything. M, then back up to the R, C, Y, P. And then the two letters next to each other, AA, that doesn't seem like that's going to be. And clearly these go together, but I'm not sure in what fashion. All right, let's read the note. Says the Red Death. Where did I end the next victim? Maybe you should look toward the light. Just as I might stack one body on top of another, so should you do the same with a certain poem and what I've left you. That's a little bit over the top. We did not need those hints. Illuminating. Until then, did you know that Poe attended West Point? What is the name of my next victim, and where will you find them? Use the first letter of each word to unlock. Okay. So we know how to do this, except I'm going to need to get, am I going to need to get a flashlight? I don't know if that will help me. I can almost read it. This would be one of those things that would be easy to do on the computer. All right, I'm going to get a flashlight in a second and do that. But before we do, should we try to solve this, or maybe this will help us solve this, so we shouldn't? All right, let me just put this on the screen and go get a flashlight. All right, let's see if this helps us. Is this going to help us? I'm not sure. It doesn't help that way. What about, oh yeah. Can you see it if I do it this way? Yes, you kind of can. All right, I'm going to do it. And can someone in the chat type it out as we do it? So first letter is L. Then we have, let's see, looks like an O. O. L. So we have L-O-O-K. I. N. Look in. T. H. E. Look in the. If I can zoom in, actually, maybe you can read it better. Look in. T. H. E. The. Wait, sorry, I need to do it so you can see it. Tricky, I know. Wow, you don't need to read it because I'm reading off E. In the. B. O. T. A. I. N. Look in B. O. T. B. O. T. A. N. I. C. Botanic. A. L. G. A. R. D. E. N. Okay, so I missed a G somewhere. Botanic. There should be a G, but it. G. A. R. D. E. N. Okay, the botanic. Botanical, sorry. Look in. I'm sorry that I didn't get to, that I didn't do a little better at showing to you. I probably should have zoomed out a little bit. It says, look in the botanical garden. Okay. Look in the botanical garden. All right, so we did it. Not the smoothest thing, but on the other hand, you know, not the worst either. Okay, so botanical garden is where we're looking. What is the first name of my next victim and where will you find them? Use the first letter of each word. So if I understand those instructions, BG is what we're going to use for the place, but we still need one letter for the victim. So what letter? It's surely this. The Mystery of Mary Roget, page 130. Hmm. So what do we think? We're getting one name out of this? This would be something that you might expect to spell out a shape, but the fact that we've got these letters in a row makes you think not. Comma V1. I wonder if it's everything shifted over. What if the Y goes to a T, the J goes to an H, the R goes to an E? That feels right. Not sure if there was a cleverer way to spot that, but if every key we shift over to the left, the Y goes to a T, the J goes to an H, the R goes to the E. Then we've got the M goes to an N, the R goes to an E, the C goes to an X, the Y goes to a T, P goes to an O, the M goes to an N, the R goes to an E. Well, clearly we've got it right. E goes to a W, O goes to an I, the A with the umlaut is LL, N goes to a B, R goes to an E, G goes to F, P goes to O, I goes to U, M goes to N, F goes to D. Next one will be found. S goes to A, LL, O goes to I, M goes to N, A goes to L, comma goes to B goes to C, one goes to this. What's gone wrong? First of all, we know the place. We know the place. LL, IN. So I skipped a step. IN. Then we've got BL. INB, unless there's something messed up here, but no, we don't think so. BL, comma, C. I guess that's a lowercase l. So then here. The next one will be found all in, oh, black. I see. So that comma is actually like, it's like this. Okay, the next one will be found all in black. So what does that mean? Is this Madame Dupin is all in black? Perkins, he sure likes his black. Horatio's dead. No, Horatio isn't dead. Prospero is all in black. He's dead. Next one we found all in black. I mean, that's weird. We know they're in botanical gardens. They'll be found all in black. I don't know. That's odd. Madeline Dupin is in black and ostentatiously in black. The one who's really ostentatiously in black is Perkins, that are white. But that clearly can't be enough. Oh, Alan Black. Oh, Alan Black. Did I mistranslate the I? ALLIN. I didn't mistranslate it. It says all in black, but we do have a Horatio Allen Black. Do we think that's who it is? Allen Black instead of all in black. That's very weird. We're starting to get a flavor of this box. I do feel like this box was written by someone who's not quite playing by exactly the same rules as most of these Deadbolt boxes. The clues are all a little bit ambiguous compared to normal Deadbolt. It's almost like the author hasn't gotten the memo that these clues should be a little more exact in terms of ruling things out. If I had to guess, I would guess it's a play on this. Let me just make sure it's not, doesn't actually say Alan Black. It says ALL. The O goes to an I. The M goes to an N. The N goes to BL. The comma doesn't quite go to an A, but okay. I think we've got Alan Black. That's the only, I think this joke is going to be, let me tell you what I think is what we're going to find. I think we're going to find Alan Black's and his body is going to be like in the coal. Like the body is going to be completely black. And it's a play, it's a pun. His name is Alan Black, and the killer is going to have killed him and put him in a place that's all in black. So it's not that he was dressed all in black, it's that he's going to be found all in black. So that's a pun on his name. So now the game wanted us to use the first letters of each word. So I think what we've got is Botanical Gardens, A, B. Oh, no, sorry. First name. First name is H. So I think we've got HBG. First name of my next victim and where you will find them. So HBG. Let's try it. I think that's going to be right. Anyone disagree with me? If you disagree, now is the time to speak up. All lowercase, H for Horatio, then Botanical Gardens, BG. If you disagree, who's all in black? Speak up now. DJ says, I would interpret what it's asking for differently. What is the first name of my next victim and where will you find them? Use the first letter of each word. So DJ Moneycut is agreeing with me, but saying it should be Horatio BG. All right, let's try HBG first, and then if that's wrong, we'll try Horatio BG. This is still how I would read it. Yeah, that was right. Okay. We're getting better on the wavelength of this author, although with some complaints. Once you get to the botanical garden, it's easy to see where you're supposed to go. There's a mound of freshly disturbed earth. You even know the story that's being referenced here. The thought of it makes your blood run cold. You quickly grab a shovel from the shed in the gardens and start to dig. It doesn't take long before you hit something solid. You push the wet earth away and soon discover the body of Horatio Allen Black. Just as the Red Death promised, the man is dressed all in black, a fitting play on his name. Although a proper autopsy will be done to determine the cause of death, you know that Horatio died of asphyxiation that happened as a result of being buried alive. Just like in the Poe story, The Premature Burial. In one of Horatio's hands is a note that's addressed to you. It reads, Inspector, the Asher family is broke, destitute, insolvent, penniless. Carlton and Horatio cooked up a scheme to present a new Poe story to the world and invited Perkins to be part of the bidding war. Horatio bid much higher than he could afford in an attempt to drive the price up and help Carlton save the Asher family legacy from going up in smoke. LaSalle and Virginia knew of the scheme. I couldn't have done this without the help of my sibling. It wasn't fair that our mother hanged herself. Sincerely, the Red Death. Well, little twist in our theory here. First of all, LaSalle and Virginia knew of the scheme. Okay, so we were told everybody. And then he says, I couldn't have done this without the help of my sibling. It wasn't fair that our mother hanged herself. Well, that certainly sounds like it's the mother of Virginia. She says, you'll remember, my mother's mental health dwindled over time. She eventually hung herself when I was just a teenager. To my surprise, they asked me to take over. So clearly, we're hearing about Virginia's mother, but the Red Death no longer sounds like it's Virginia herself. Not only that, but it's odd if he's talking about the help of my sibling. If he's talking about Virginia being his sibling, it would be weird the way he referenced them. First he says LaSalle and Virginia knew, and then I couldn't have done this without the help of my sibling. Sounds like an even different person. So, or maybe he's just saying that to confuse us. But it doesn't seem like it's Virginia. Oh, maybe it is. I have to be, if the Red Death is Virginia, then she's referring to herself in the third person. Otherwise, there's some person we don't know about yet. Or one of these is related to Virginia. Who would it be? Could it be Madeline Dupin? Could it be one of these people is... No, surely not. So the interesting question is whether one of these other people is related to Virginia Clemens and is also an Asher, or is she throwing us some sort of curveball here? It seems like Virginia might be the sibling that the Red Death is talking about, and that the Red Death is one of these other people that happens to be related to Virginia. I'd like to hear what the channel thinks, though. The fact that Horatio managed to get out of his room somehow tells you one thing. Someone with a key to every room has to be involved. Yeah, that's Virginia. Unless LaSalle and Virginia are both are the two, but it doesn't sound like from the way the Red Death is writing. In the distance, you hear the grandfather clock chime 4 a.m. You may now open the 4 a.m. envelope and do your best to bring the Red Death to justice. Okay, and Tina thinks it's Madeline. A completely reasonable thought. So the idea here is that Madeline is the Red Death with her red lipstick, and that us girls have to stick together. That makes sense that she's sticking together with her sister. That's our theory here. This theory says that Madeline is the Red Death. She's working with her sister Virginia to get revenge on the family. She loves money. I've said too much. The family has major skeletons. I've said too much. Few people arrived. House is filled with all sort of recreations. I'm fairly sure there's even a mechanical beating heart hidden somewhere under one of the floors. Yeah, I'm not surprised you know about that. All right, well, here we go. We're way ahead of the curve now. We're opening the fourth envelope. Feels like we're here for the home stretch. Let's see if our instincts are right. This would be a good time if you have a different instinct about who is the Red Death. It's time to get on the record. But I agree with Tina saying that it's Madeline, if I had to guess. But Perry has an interesting point. Perry says, if this is true, then the next body is going to be LaSalle because he's sort of in on this. I agree with you. I agree with you. That if our theory is right, it seems like LaSalle is next. Now, can someone remind me why Alan Black was killed if he's not an Asher? Let me just reread this again. The Asher family is broke. Carlton and Horatio cooked up a scheme. Okay, but why is Alan Black get killed? Why is Alan Black getting killed? And killed in a brutal way. Any theories about that? His name is Horatio Allen Black. Okay, so Horatio, sorry, thank you. The channel is reminding me that Horatio and Alan are the same person. So we're being told he helped cooked up the scheme to save the family, and that's why the Red Death has taken revenge. Okay, good. Thank you. All right, let's get to our 4 a.m. We think it's Virginia working with her sister, Madeline. That's our theory. Now, there's our Red Death, and there's her sister. So if LaSalle turns up dead, that's going to help us confirm that. It makes sense completely that LaSalle's going to turn up dead. Or no one, but probably LaSalle. Your strategy to have everyone stay in their rooms as a way of protecting them has backfired spectacularly. Again, you call everyone downstairs in the library, including both the maid and the butler. When everyone is assembled, you lock the door to the library and survey your suspects. The Red Death is one of the people in this room. Sometime during the process of gathering everyone up and bringing them to the library, the Red Death has also managed to leave one last clue about their identity and the nature of their secret. Maybe they're not going to kill again, but they are leaving clues. Maybe they're not going to kill the butler. What did the butler ever do except for knowing? But maybe that's enough to kill him. I don't know. Okay, so we've got a photograph here of Broderick Asher. We've got a weird message. We've got a note from the Red Death. We've got a very cool old picture, which is surely going to be Virginia Clements's mother. And then conclusions for solving the case. Okay. I've not seen that before. Let's start with a message from the Red Death about their last clue. I will tell you my secret. Just remember, Broderick's words are the ones that matter. Broderick's words are the ones that matter. When will the house of Asher rise up and enjoy its former glory? Nevermore. And then we've got an order here of these letters, probably going to be significant. When you think you've come to the correct conclusions about this case, scan and enter all 6 of your answers in order. That's interesting. Okay, a little bit different. Okay. So it looks like the butler's not going to get killed. He's going to escape. Let's look at more of this evidence, though. What have we got here? So Broderick, Franklin, and Margaret Asher. Okay, let's read about Broderick. Franklin Asher had a knack for making money just like his ancestors. There were some, however, who said that his fortunes were illegitimate. Money became less important to him when he had his first child. Everyone was present for the birth, even the maid. Was the mother excited? Oh, without question. So Broderick Asher is here. And it says Franklin Asher had a knack for making money. His first child, everyone was present, even the maid. Yeah, because it's really the maid child, illegitimate. Okay, so here is Franklin and Margaret Asher, parents of Carlton, Auguste, and Prospero. Asher possessed a knack for making money just like his ancestors. There were some, however, who said that his fortunes were fraudulent. Money became less important to him when he had his first kid. Everyone was present for the birth, even staff. Were his parents excited? Oh, without question. Wow, that's an interesting fact that these are so similar. So here's Broderick. And then it says Franklin Asher. And then Franklin and Margaret. Trying to make sense of why we seem to have 2 descriptions of Franklin. Feels like this should be about Broderick, and this should be about Franklin. So I'm a little confused about the maid was present. I mean, we get the idea that he had an illegitimate child. Is this a bug in the game, or is there something strange? The reason I ask if it's a bug in the game, it just doesn't make sense to me that this photo of Broderick Asher is talking about Franklin. It feels like this one should be saying Broderick Asher had a knack, and then we find that Franklin has a very similar description. What is the story of the family? The family patriarch was Broderick. And we know Broderick is his great, great, great grandfather. So I'm not sure. There's the great, great, great grandfather Broderick, and then two things both about Frederick. And he had his first kid, first child. I think maybe what we're being told here is that on two occasions he had a first child. Like, ignore these pictures for a second. Are we told that, like, early on, Franklin Asher had a first child, the maid was present, and then they had another child, but they were pretending it was their first kid? Just a little strange. And this is first kid, not told whether it's a boy or a girl. So maybe they had two illegitimate kids. Maybe Franklin and Margaret had two illegitimate kids. And maybe Franklin is the direct parent of Carlton. That would sort of make sense, right? So Franklin's the direct father of Carlton and his brothers. And he had two illegitimate kids, one a boy and one a girl. Now let's come back to that. All right, what about this? This and this seem like they are clearly related. I wonder if this is just going to be the order, although we have a lot of purples. Nothing on the back here. So if we were to take if this is telling us the order, then it's first the red letters. That's just the one I, it looks like. Can't help you if you're colorblind here. And then the gray is next. So maybe a W. an A, an S. I was. Next letter is pink. So C O N M, or is that an N? Sorry, let me read this. While I gazed, this fissure no idly widened. There came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder. There was a long, tumultuous shouting sound like the voice of 1,000 waters, and the deep and dank tarn of my feet closed sullenly and silently over the fragment of the house of Usher. Okay, the deep and dank tarn of my feet. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, so this is an S, I see now. So continuing with the pinks. N S I D E R E D. I was considered, sorry, you can't see that, can you? I was considered, there's our pink. Now we have orange, which is the letter A. N. And then we have dark R, so that's an E. Where's my other pen so I can show you? Dark R is an E, N, sorry, E, M, A. But there's going to be a B. Okay, this is going to be embarrassment. R, A, S, M, E, N, T. I was considered an embarrassment. Okay, then we've got the purple script italic. Purple script italic. I think there's only that. No, that. What letter is that? Is that our gray? What the hell is that? It doesn't look like one we have. Uh, but here it is again. I'm gonna put these up here because I don't understand what they're part of. But this looks like our italic, so I think just and. A-N-D. I don't know why we have these two things. Maybe they're just distractors. Okay, now yellow is, oh, it's hard to read. That's a P. Okay, so we have P, U, T, U, P. P, U, T, U, P. Put up. Oh, there's, I guess those are our blues. F-O-R-O, put up for adoption, I guess. A-D-O-P-T-I-O-N, adoption. Okay, I was considered an embarrassment and put up for adoption. So that's that. Well, that makes sense. No more puzzle, though. We just have to answer questions When you think you have come to the correct conclusions, scan and enter all 6 of your answers. There is a puzzle in the photos. Okay, let me not read any more than that. There's a puzzle in the photo, says Bentina, but I'm not going to read what the puzzle is. Let me just see what you've got here. So we've got Broderick and Franklin. And we've noticed the writing is very similar. Um, let's see. So Franklin and Margaret are the parents of Carlton August. So at least we've got that settled. This is the great-great-grandfather of Broderick. And here are the parents, Franklin and Margaret Asher. Money became less important to him when he had his first kid, which we think might be Virginia for all we know. Everyone was present for the birth, even the staff. Were his parents excited? Oh, without question. Okay, and then Broderick says Franklin had a knack for making money just like his ancestors. Archer possessed a knack for making money just like his ancestors. There were some, however, who said that his fortunes were illegitimate. Money became less important to him when he had his first child. Everyone was present for the birth, even the maid. Was the mother excited? Oh, without question. Were his parents excited? Without question. So this seems to be about the mother being excited about the first child. So maybe the maid was excited, but I mean, we could read the questions. It seems like we should read the questions to see if we can answer them. And then we'll get back to whether this is there's a puzzle in there of some sort. Let's see. Oops. Oh, it's freaking out. Why is it doing that? Because of the cubes on the table. Okay, let's see here. I think I have enough information to solve this case. To do so, however, will require me to answer several questions. Is the Poe manuscript real? What is the killer's motive? Who is the Red Death? Did they have an accomplice? Who is the accomplice? The Red Death was considered okay, well, we know the Red Death is embarrassment. We believe they have an accomplice, but these are a little bit tricky. Motive seems like revenge. Is the manuscript real? Okay, well, we know it's not real. I guess we know the answer to that, except we don't know who the Red Death is and who's the accomplice. Well, we believe the accomplice is Virginia, but how do we know which one, who is the real Red Death? So, given up for adoption, the Red Death says, I was considered an embarrassment and put up for adoption. What do we know about Madeline Dupin, who we were suspicious of? Not him. He's dead. It's not him. He's dead. It's not him. So it could be Perkins by some coincidence. Seems unlikely. Could be Madeline Dupin. She doesn't say she was adopted. And as far as LaSalle, what do we know about him? Mm. I mean, it certainly seems like it's going to be the two helpers, the butler and the woman, but I need some proof. Where's the other things that the butler has said? We should have 3 from the butler. My mother, Amelia Clemens, was his housekeeper. My father died when I was just a girl. The Ashers took my mother and me in. Where's my other comment from LaSalle? We should have 3 from LaSalle, shouldn't we? Maybe we only have 2. Well, one thing you could look for is she's wearing this very distinctive earring, but this is not the mother. Hmm. I'll tell you all my secrets. Broderick's words are the ones that matter. Broderick's words are the ones that matter. Franklin Asher had a knack for making money. I sure hope it's not the capital letters again. FATMEW. Franklin Asher had a knack for making money just like his ancestors. There were some, however, who said his fortunes were illegitimate. Money became less important to him when he had his first child. Broderick's words are the ones that matter. Seems like these are the ones that matter. Fortunes were illegitimate. Franklin for his some illegitimate less. If we take the last words, we get illegitimate child here. Makes me think we should be looking at last words of each sentence. Illegitimate child made excited question. It doesn't work. Just remember, Broderick's words are the ones that matter. I mean, we know it's we believe that the maid is the sibling of this killer. Why do we not know who the killer is? Especially if we have a guess that it's Dupin. Why? Hmm. Hmm. Electric words are the ones that matter. Trying to organize my stuff. Looks like it's time for a break, so maybe we'll take a break and come back. I'm sure the channel chat has figured it out by now, but if I read it, I'm just going to be frustrated, so I'm going to work on it for a bit. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. I'll see if I can figure it out. You guys will have to just live with waiting for the answer, or you can leave early. That's up to you. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I'm just trying to keep myself from getting too frustrated about the fact that I can't reopen the PDFs because they're all encrypted and re-encrypt themselves despite my best efforts. So I can't reread that stuff. And we're back to trying to figure out who the Red Death is. Why would I not be able to reread the PDFs? That's just infuriating. I'd love to read the part where he talked about the sibling and Virginia. I just have to try to remember anything that was important about it. It was phrased oddly. It said Virginia and LaSalle knew about it. I needed Virginia's help, or without the siblings' help. That's This is the kind of thing that makes these things frustrating. Like, okay, it's having a difficult time solving the puzzle, but the hardest part is getting to read the stuff that I've already read because it's re-encrypting itself. We've tried 3 different PDF readers. They all do it. I try to remember to unencrypt them. It doesn't. It comes back. It happens. Probably not important, but God knows. Maybe it was the 3 o'clock. That was HBG. Of course, it just sits there. All right, well, there was the message I wanted to reread. Oh, ridiculous. So stupid that you have to go through this. Carlton and Horatio cooked up a scheme and invited Perkins to be part of the bidding war. Well, it certainly seems like if Perkins is invited and the rest of them are dead, then it would have to be our woman, Madeline Dupin, but obviously there must be some proof to it. Us girls have to stick together. That sounds like they're talking about her and Virginia. Family has skeletons. She seems to know it. Okay. And then this key phrase here. LaSalle and Virginia knew of the scheme. I couldn't have done this without the help of my sibling. It wasn't fair that our mother hanged himself. I will tell you my secrets. Just remember, Broderick's words are the ones that matter. Broderick's words are the ones that matter. And this seems to be Broderick's words. So how are they the ones that matter? I don't think we have other words from Broderick. So these are the ones that matter. And then we've got this note that we don't know what it is, but we've decoded that to say I was considered embarrassment and put up for adoption. So we think the Red Death was put up for adoption. That's fine. But how are we supposed to know who it is? And if Broderick's words are the ones that matter, this should be telling us about Madeline Dupin, if we're right. Are we looking for the differences here? The words that are different? So Franklin Asher had a knack for making money just like his ancestors. Asher possessed a knack for making money just like his ancestors. So Franklin had a knack, possessed a knack. So Franklin had, instead of possessed, a knack for making money just like his ancestors. There were some, however, who said that his fortunes were illegitimate versus fraudulent. So the word that's in the other one is illegitimate. That's the word in here that's not in here. Money became less important to him when he had his first kid, when he had his first child. Everyone was present for the birth, even the staff here, maid here. Were his parents, even the staff, even the maid. Okay. Were his parents, was the mother. So was the mother. Excited, excited. Oh, without question. Oh, without question. So Franklin had illegitimate child. The maid was the mother. Well, that's great. We knew that already. But, I mean, okay. All right. So that's lovely. However, we knew that. That's a little bit strange. The chat says, great work. We knew you'd get it. But that part we knew already. Long ago, we knew that. And we know Virginia, which is another daughter of the maid, is presumably the helper. But why do we not have some direct evidence that it's Madeline? Why are we so sure it's not Perkins? I mean, I think there's the circumstantial evidence is that it's not Perkins because Perkins was pulled in, according to this, to be part of the bidding war. But why are we so sure it's not the butler? How do we know the butler can't be the other child? Just because it says the staff was there for this kid? But what if it was a different staff? How do we know it's not the butler? What direct evidence do we have that it's not the butler? All right, I'm ready to ask the channel for this help. Let's see what we've got. If you look at the note that was found with Horatio, you can figure out why it's Madeline. You have to reread Horatio's note. Is this another one of these online things? No, this is Horatio's note. I don't think there is proof, says Antina, just that here she talks about all the other suspects and she's the only one left. Logan says the text on the photo seals it. The note is icing on the cake. Everyone is dead apart from Perkins, LaSalle, Virginia, and Madeline. And she speaks of the three former. I'll bet Jesse will not like it. We knew from deduction and inference the text photo seals that part of the answer. The rest of the answer is in the things we already saw. I think the answer is in HAB's note. See above. Yeah, it seems like the channel is agreeing with me that it's probably not Perkins. And I guess the fact that I guess what we're saying here is, if I'm reading Antina correctly, then you're making some sense. You're saying the Red Death is not trying to deceive us by referring to themselves in the third person. So if we assume that, then everyone this person mentions, she says explicitly in the note, LaSalle and Virginia knew that the person can't be LaSalle. The Red Death wouldn't refer to herself in the third person. And if that's true, then we got to get rid of Perkins, LaSalle, and Virginia. Although she is referring to Virginia in two ways, by name and then by sibling. Yeah, I guess so. It seems right. Yeah. I don't love it because you're sort of depending on the killer not referring to themselves in third person, but yeah, okay. And it was a very weird experience to decode the differences between these and have it very tricky and have it confirm something we already knew. That's very weird, but okay. I think it's right. All right, let's solve it. Is the Poe manuscript real? Again, we don't have direct. First of all, is this supposed to be the entire manuscript? I guess so. Signatures look real, but the reason we think they're not real is because we know the family cooked up this scheme to make money. So we have to say no. What is the killer's motive? It's revenge. Who is the Red Death? We're saying it's Madeline. Did they have an accomplice? Yes. Who's the accomplice? Virginia. The Red Death was considered an embarrassment. That's from the statement. I was considered an embarrassment. All right, so we're told when you come to the correct conclusions, enter all 6 of your answers. So I guess in letters. So we're saying 1 is B, 2 is D, 3 is B, 4 is A, 5 is B, 6 is B. So B, D, B, A, B, B. And Tina says, what did the other brothers do to deserve to die? The one that wasn't involved in it? I don't know. I guess she blames the whole family. The whole family is corrupt, according to her. They all get thrown the blame. All right, let's solve it. And let's put it in. All right, here we go with our encrypted password business. B, D, B, A, B, B. Doesn't look like they all went in because of the keyboard. B, D, B, A, B, B. Okay. Let's see. Before I enter this, the killer said everyone thought there were 3, but there actually were 4. But is there really 5? That was an interesting point. The killer said everyone thought there were 3, but there were 4. I think only Madeline was the illegitimate one. I think the other daughter might be natural-born daughter. Yeah, and Tina's agreeing with that. That actually Virginia, the maid, was not an illegitimate child, which was confusing to us because of these two cards. Made us think there might be two illegitimate ones. A little bit weird, but yeah, I think maybe Virginia's not illegitimate. Okay, here we go. The father of the modern detective story would be proud of you for coming to the correct conclusion. You may open the solution and read the finale of The Fall of the House of Asher. Okay, and there's Edgar Allan Poe, as you probably all know. All right, well, we got it. With some frustration and struggle and griping on my part. But we'll talk about that later. Before we do that, let's read the solution. All right, we got a long solution here. You have successfully completed the fall of the House of Asher. As you think back on everything you've learned thus far, several facts rise to the surface. The murderer, going by the Red Death moniker, claimed that the Poe manuscript was fake. The Asher family was broke, and Franklin Asher had an illegitimate child by the maid. The child was considered an embarrassment and put up for adoption. The maid at the time, coincidentally, was Virginia Clement's mother, which means that the child that Franklin had with Amelia Clements is actually Virginia's half-sibling. The Red Death must have been the illegitimate child who was put up for adoption so as not to tarnish the Asher family name. And now, all of the known scions of the Asher bloodline have been punished through gruesome acts of murder. In this case, the sins of the father were most definitely visited on the sons. You think back to the message pinned to Auguste's chest. All this time, people have thought there were 3 when there were actually 4. Both of the servants knew, though. They still do. This would indicate that neither LaSalle nor Virginia was the Red Death. Yes, yet both knew about the illegitimate child. You think back to the card that was found on Horatio's body. Carlton and Horatio cooked up a scheme to present a new Poe story to the world and invited Perkins to be part of the bidding war. Horatio bid much higher than he could afford in an attempt to drive the price up and help Carlton save the Asher family legacy from going up in smoke. That indicated that Perkins wasn't part of the fraudulent scheme. However, the fact that the Red Death was able to gain access to Horatio in his locked room meant that someone with a key was the accomplice. Remember something Virginia said in her initial interview. I'm really not comfortable talking about Master Asher or any of his affairs. I hadn't picked up on it at the time, but she had used the word affair to refer to what happened between the mother and Franklin Asher. She was most definitely in on it, but she wasn't the Red Death, which left only Madeline. Madeline smiles wryly as you give her an accusatory stare. It's you, you say, pointing at her. You are the Red Death. I'm an Asher, she says proudly, and I have Asher blood running through my veins. But instead of providing me the same upbringing as was afforded Prospero, Carlton, and Auguste, I lived in poverty and was passed from foster home to foster home. Thankfully, my dear sister Virginia remembered the child that her mother had given up and tracked me down. From there, the two of us plotted our revenge against the family that made and nearly destroyed me. Why should they continue to prosper when I could not? My father was ashamed of me. I was illegitimate, born to one of the servants, not noble at all. I never let on that I resented Franklin for what he put my mother through, Virginia said. But forcing her to give up the child was what drove my mother to hang herself. I never forgave Franklin for what he did. I hated every member of his family who knew about what he had done. My mother lived in the house, and it was common knowledge amongst the household who the father of the baby was. All of the Asher sons knew. They didn't want to split their father's wealth with an illegitimate child. So basically, anyone who profited from the Asher family name needed to pay. Horatio was in on the scheme with Carlton to pass off a phony Post story as authentic, which means he was trying to help Carlton remain wealthy no matter the cost. And Lenore claimed not to know anything about the manuscript, but she was in on it the whole time as well. All she was worried about was generating enough revenue to allow her to keep her standard of living. When I overheard what they were planning, I arranged for my dear sister to be invited to the party. She spent quite a while infiltrating Lenore's inner circle and becoming her best friend. Tonight would be our chance at revenge. So you've brought about the fall of the House of Asher, I say calmly. Well, not quite, Madeline says, prompting Perkins and LaSalle to look at each other uneasily. In the story, the last thing to go is the house itself. I've already destroyed all of the bloodline, except me. Now for one final stroke of poetic justice. She pulls out a flashing remote device and prepares to hit the button. There's a bomb in the wine cellar that will bring this place to the ground. Get out while you can. My anger only extends to the family that snubbed me and those who helped them remain in prominence through fraudulent means. The only reason I'm letting LaSalle go is because he helped Virginia track me down. He gained access to some of the records. I thank him by sparing his life. My sister, however, has chosen to stay behind with me. One look at her shows she's serious, and I motion for LaSalle to unlock the library doors. He's quick for a man his age. Perkins, LaSalle, and I rush out the door and onto the courtyard just before a concussive blast lifts us off our feet and throws us forward onto the wet, muddy front lawn of what used to be Asher House. We all turn to see Asher House sinking into the chasm that has opened up beneath it. Soon, much of the house is swallowed whole by the enormous maw in the earth. In this case, life has definitely imitated art. The smoldering scene before us would have made even Poe himself proud. Well, the Asher line truly is gone now, LaSalle says with some sadness as he reaches down to pick up Jupiter, who somehow managed to escape with at least one of his 9 lives intact. Perkins and I look at each other, both truly shocked by the events of the night. Is it possible that we've just witnessed the fall of the House of Asher? Perkins asks. When will we ever see another family like this? Far overhead, in the branches of a dead tree, comes a croaking squawk in reply. Alan, the raven who managed to escape with his life, looks down at us with his black, oily eyes and speaks only a single word. Fuck, nevermore. Case closed. All right. Let us take a little 5-minute break, as is our tradition. Come back and talk about the case. I'd like to hear your thoughts. This is one of these games where it felt like there might have been a little bit of divide between the player's remote and the player in front of the camera. Maybe we'll talk about that, what we thought of the case. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back to give our final thoughts about the Fall of the House of Asher, an out of subscription box for Deadbolt Mystery Society. I don't think there's probably, it doesn't seem like there's any useful information conveyed there when I keep saying out of subscription box, because I don't think you can predict anything based on that. Although I'd love to hear how they're deciding to sell these. Are they just figuring out, okay, we can make some extra money each year, why not? I still think it's very strange that there are boxes that aren't part of the subscriptions but could have been. But let's check what the chat thought of this box. I'd also like to hear what, like, the mask falls. That's what happens. You watch anything, the mask falls. And after a couple years now of doing this channel, you're seeing the mask slip a bit when I get frustrated. We've been playing this 5.5 hours. It just happens. And you can see I get frustrated with certain things. And I feel bad after the fact. Like, after the fact, I feel like, well, you guys had to sit through it, especially when you guys now get the answer from someone smarter than me or better than me at these puzzles in the channel. And then you have to wait and watch me go on tilt. But if it's worse if I don't sit here and eventually solve it, because then the frustration just doesn't get resolved. And Tina says, thanks, Jesse, for the stream and everyone for playing. Well, I appreciate that. Logan says, it felt like either they were trying to do some new things or new writers or staff. It relied much more on inference and deduction than any other Deadbolt Mystery Society game I can remember. And Tina says, I liked the case. It wasn't great, but not that bad. There was a range of puzzles. Perry says it was a good mystery. Puzzles were easy, but the final determination was challenging. The business with the cat in the hall was messy. I'm not sure I agree with that being easy, but let's see. And Tina says, the confusion with the cat problem could have been solved by just saying he was in the hall. And Tina says, I see how the in and out rooms could be confusing for some. Ultimately, I don't think it was as clear as it thought it was in some areas, but overly clear in others. We got all of it, though, so it couldn't be so messy that it was a broken game. I think Logan summed it up pretty well to me. I'll come back to that. And Tina says, about the identity of the killer, there could have been some more direct evidence. If you're a subscriber to this series, +1 Caesar shift is very basic. It must be hard to balance the game for regular players and first-timers. Absolutely true. And Tina says, I like how it had many of Edgar Allan Poe's story elements. The pendulum, the crow, the other puzzles were nice. Sam says, wasn't able to watch this one. Time zones weren't the best. But I've set a timer for a Halloween one. Okay, so let me give some thoughts here. This was a little bit of a weird one. However, I will say the main things that I really draw me to the Deadbolt Mystery Society series are present here. And even though they're treading on some ground they've tread on before, it just works for me. The sort of setup, like a classical story, a classical mystery where you're brought in to solve one crime or handle one thing, and then a dead body shows up, and all of a sudden things get serious. We've seen it a lot, but it really does work for me. And, you know, we played a couple of other good games recently that are sort of PG, but the Deadbolt Mystery Society games are rated R. Like, people are showing up with their necks cut up by a pendulum, and they're just very good at what they do. Like the nice long story epilogue with distinctive character voices and how we met all these people and we get to talk to multiple people multiple times. And they're like fleshed out characters and they're a little bit suspicious and creepy. And the killer is always up to some nefarious, scary stuff. They just do a very good job of that, leaving the puzzles completely out of the picture. Just the theme, the atmosphere, the story and the characters, and the amount of detail that goes into writing the story and the characters is very good. And as the channel points out, like there was a real feel of being in an Edgar Allan Poe world here. This mansion felt like the person was devoted to Edgar Allan Poe, all of the different elements of the story, and they weren't like just little Easter eggs. We got a full Annabel Lee poem. We got explanations of how things were tied to Edgar Allan Poe. We got to see the beating heart under the floorboards. So really effective there. And I think that goes 80% of the way to making these a good experience for me. So, and we got a blueprint, floor plans, some good stuff. We also got a couple really fun puzzles that were new to us, like the swinging pendulum was pretty cool. There were a couple of puzzles that took some time for me to figure out. That final puzzle of comparing the two different things, that's an example of kind of what you want, at least halfway, when the thing says, hey, Roderick's words are the ones that matter. That little clue that we were going to use the words here because those are the ones that matter, but then trying to figure out, well, how do I use that? What does that mean that these words matter? And then it's a nice feeling when something that looks so weird to us is part of the solution. Like you look at these, this happens a lot actually. It's very common when you get stuck on a puzzle that your mind has said, boy, this is odd. Why did these read almost identically? And at some point you say, what, I can't do anything with that. I don't know what to make of it. And you forget it. And it's not uncommon to miss a puzzle because you've written off something weird as insignificant and it's significant. And we did eventually get that. I would not call these puzzles easy. We had a couple that were easy and a couple that were hard. Now, it's the puzzles that were hard that I complained about several times. And it felt almost like a different editor was in charge of this box and let some things go that normally Deadbolt Mystery Society wouldn't let go. A couple of ambiguities. And this one here with the cat movement was a very strange puzzle that I would call a little bit broken. And unlike normal Deadbolt Mystery Society, it's very rare that we get a puzzle in Deadbolt Mystery Society that once you figure out what the idea was, you don't know a clear, distinct answer. This one was bugged in a whole bunch of ways. First of all, the whole explanation was weird about how don't include the rooms that the cat doesn't want to go in, but find the room that the cat didn't go in. And then there were several elements of this that seemed a little bit unfair. We're told that the cat was brushing up against the beast, and we're told that the maid is dusting an orangutan in the conservatory, and then later we're told that the orangutan is new. So a little bit weird, like why is she dusting something that's new? But the biggest problem was, how do we know that the beast that the cat is brushing up against is the orangutan in a whole big mansion of multiple rooms? Who knows how many beasts they have? Same thing with bird feathers. We're told there's a raven. The cat was hissing at it. But the worst part was that we're told that the cat is looking around the hallway for food, going from room to room adjacent to the hallway, unnecessarily breaking this puzzle. All you had to say was the cat was in the hallway. You didn't, but by throwing in there that thing that he's going from room to room adjacent to the hallway, you've made it seem like the cat's going into all these rooms, including the parlor. In fact, it says back and forth from room to room. It almost seems like if you had to pick two rooms that the cat was going into, you'd pick parlor and chamber. Really bad. And then the cat was hungry. Was supposed to tell us that he didn't go to the pantry? That's not logical. Now, in fairness, we did get it right on our first try, but I would argue that part of why we got it right was because we did a meta game on it. And we said we played these kinds of games so often that if we don't assume that the orangutan was here and we don't assume that you could get food in the pantry, then you end up with two possible rooms. And if we assume that the hallway cat ruled out these rooms, then we wouldn't have any room. So we kind of gamed it and got the right answer. But I really don't think that was a fair puzzle. And then there were one or two other puzzles that had that same flavor of, this isn't quite fair, but it's still our best guess. So to their credit, the most likely answer we found and got right, it made it more difficult. And you could make a case, you could absolutely make a case that for people who want to challenge, it's good to give you a puzzle that's slightly unfair, but if you use your best guess, you're going to get it right. But I could see a group getting this wrong and being frustrated. But you could argue that it's a philosophical approach. Make the puzzles ambiguous, but make it so your best guess is right. Also, this picture puzzle was a little bit of a weird experience because it said they've been rearranged. Then it gave us the letters for them, and it felt like this was another one of these puzzles that you could try to solve in a bunch of different ways. And one of the things that I started doing before I stumbled on the right answer, which was pretty cool, I mean, it was fun to get this right, was I was like, okay, maybe we have to first reorder these and then do something else. And it was only because I couldn't reorder them cleanly that I moved on from that. But it does feel like it's another one of these puzzles that I worry about with some of these games where it feels like you might have to try 5 different things that require work, and that can be frustrating. And then there were a couple other points where we got some document, but the game didn't describe it. And it was a little weird, like, where did we get this? When are we supposed to read this? And then let me check in with the channel, but then I want to talk about one other thing. Moneycut says, to be fair, Jesse, you get frustrated, but you refuse to look at hints. I get it, but the hints are there to keep you from getting frustrated. That's a great point for a separate discussion. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but that's when to look at hints is a great question. Isara says, hi, everyone, joined a bit late, but we'll catch up. And Tina says, some clues were a bit too much on the nose, like the Caesar cipher and the torchlight at the back. Oh, that was a great example. The torchlight one was just like, it told us like 4 different ways to use a light to look through the papers. That was a bit odd. Like we knew it right from the start, and then it told us 4 different ways to do that. So it completely removed all of the guesswork out of that one. That was odd. I think that lends evidence to the feeling that these were very mixed puzzles. Some easy ones, some very hard ones. Moneycut says the cat was chewing on the dead body. I guess he really was hungry. Logan says, don't be too hard on yourself. Jesse, you got all the right answers. Oh, I appreciate your willingness to stream these games with us. Joseph Mayu says, seems to be a pattern now. Boxes outside the subscription are usually not on par. I don't know if I'd say that here because there's a lot to love here. It was a generous box. I mean, I like that there was some hard stuff here. I wouldn't call this a bad box. We did play an out-of-subscription box that I didn't like. And I like this better than some of the other ones that were smoother but were too easy. Like, I've said it before, but the narrative theme atmosphere goes a long way for me. And because this one had such a great narrative theme and atmosphere and had some hard puzzles, I would actually rate this pretty highly, despite all my complaints. I would say like there's a puzzle or two that's buggy, but because it made things harder, in some ways that gives it, that's something else that's going for it. It's worse in some areas, but better in other. Now, I do think the other thing to complain about was the weird finale of a detail we understood early on, and then the reliance on a final answer on the killer's own words referring to people in third person. It seemed like a way we eliminated two or more suspects was that the killers referred to them in their notes. Like LaSalle did this, Perkins did this. The killer was writing us this note. And it was weird that it all came down to that statement to rule people out. And that was very uncomfortable to me. I kept thinking, boy, we have to have some direct evidence to rule these people out. On the other hand, deductively, this person never seemed that concerned with not being caught. So maybe it's reasonable to say, hey, they're not trying to avoid getting caught, so they wouldn't work so hard to not talk about themselves. So that was a little weird to me, but maybe it was the combination of that and that the finale puzzle of figuring out these two things, figuring out the message here, and having, when that finally got figured out, and the game telling us, look at this. The game says, I will tell you my secrets. The fact that the finale secret, we got the decoded message, basically said that the killer is the daughter of the maid that we knew from very early on, was very clear. I mean, one of the messages said that my sister, the sibling, like it seemed very clear to us that that was what was happening. Now, it was cool that that was what was happening because we were very suspicious of the maid. So when it turned out that she was a helper to the killer, that was pretty cool because that was a bit of a twist. I thought it was going to turn out to be the maid, full stop. The fact that it wasn't the maid, but the maid was an accomplice was very cool. But it was weird that the finale thing seemed to be something we already knew. And maybe that could have been reordered differently. I wouldn't have minded if the final puzzle pointed us more explicitly to Madeline, and that the point about the maid mother wasn't given to us earlier. I'd still rank this pretty highly because of atmosphere and theme, and I wouldn't rank this as easy. I would rank this on the harder of the Deadbolt Mystery Societies, but mixed, yes. The Raven father-uncle was cool. Yes, you're right. The Raven father-uncle part was cool. DJ Moneycut says, the two secret siblings is a bit much for me. One secret child per family. Don't forget, Virginia was not a secret child. Joseph says, are we going to get a new ranking video? It seems we have done enough boxes now. We've done 7 more boxes since my last set of 5. So I definitely will be doing another set of 5 in the next week or so. And then we're on our way to our 4th roundup. I just have to decide which of these last 7 we played to include in the roundup, in my next roundup. Yeah. I think another thing that sort of threw us was no mention of, like, you're right, it's a little confusing that Virginia seemed like she was the illegitimate child, but maybe that's fair. Maybe that just threw us off properly. Well, I have to say, almost 6 hours for this box. I think that confirms the idea that this is on the harder side objectively from many of the boxes we've played. Still a very enjoyable box, very fun. Made all the more enjoyable because I could share it with you guys, and I do appreciate your patience, your help, your willingness to sit. And it feels like the first year or so of this channel, maybe the second year when I was playing these games, you guys were watching and I was doing a pretty good job. Occasionally I would get a little bit of help from the channel. Now the channel has turned into like, I'm the little kid. You're like, let's see if he can solve it. He'll get it. I see in the channel little comments. Jesse will get it eventually. It's okay, Jesse. Stick with it. You'll get it. And now the chat is like the proud parents. They've solved it. They know the answer. They're just waiting to see if I can solve it. All right. Well, thanks for joining me. Probably no stream on Saturday, which is today. But Sunday, don't forget, we have a very special play-by-mail on Sunday. A homemade, one-of-a-kind, created for us play-by-mail case. And then on Halloween, the night of Halloween, overnight, Tuesday, I think it's Tuesday, the 31st, we will be playing Witchery Spell, a deluxe escape room game with some deluxe components. I don't think it's going to be super hard, just going to be a cool experience. I hope you'll join me for that, and I'll see you next time.